asshole. All right. What's going on, everybody? Gummy, for fuck's sakes. Oh my god. Stop. Stop licking. No. Stop licking the hummus. Stop licking the hummus. Bitch of son. No. Stop licking the hummus. Oh my god. Oh, damn.
And Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question...
Durst.
I don't know if you're Durst, but you are one of the first. Thanks for the donation, Chris. You are the first and Durst donator, so you got that. Thanks again, though, Chris.
On September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat
Something tells me these are not drug boats.
to the United States of America was eliminated.
To clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was well within his authority to do so.
And a separate question, the president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker. And yesterday on Air Force One, the president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life. How is that different than what the administration is accusing Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro of?
You're cherry-picking the president's statement a little bit yesterday, as he also said yesterday the people of Honduras have highlighted to him how the former president Hernandez was set up. This was a clear
Right. Sure. Uh-huh. Why do they even bother with lying anymore? Like, when they're so bad at it and everyone knows they're lying and they know everyone knows they're lying. Like, just say, yeah, we do whatever we want.
Is hummus bad for cats? What has you in a good mood?
Well, I ate donuts today, and I also had cookies and popcorn. Just had a bit of a cheat day today. I don't know if hummus would be bad necessarily. Like, I'm sure if they have a little tiny bit, it doesn't really matter. Probably like the sodium would be the biggest concern. But they have like a little bit. I don't think it's not going to do anything. It's not like it's poison. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
First.
Well, I'm sorry, Chris, but you were Durst, not first. Thanks for the donation, Chris.
BSD News VG Paramount took down your last stream, which is stupid. You didn't even use any footage from Paramount. I think they took you down for that SpongeBob clip in that video you reacted to in the last stream.
That's kind of retarded. Oh well. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Smash that.
I can tell you why. It's because you're a fucking idiot.
Repeat after me. Nah, bump that. Side chickens ripping and tripping. Nah, bump that. On your man, cause he went to prison. Nah, bump that. You ain't giving.
Because you're a fucking idiot.
You a saint now, but you pushing me to eat it. Nah, bump that. All of us hauling me real like we ain't for money. Him pushing grill. Nah.
All right.
What's the difference?
Well, thank you for that. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
React to this, Blackie, please.
Let me see.
Hello, bit of a different...
We've already reacted to this. Basically, everything he said was stupid nonsense. Just anecdotal horseshit. So, but we already reacted to that. Basically, the guy's just a beta male faggot. Thanks for the donation, Cumblurgis.
Biden over prosecution. He was the president of this country. He was in the opposition party. He was opposed to the values of the previous administration, and they charged him because he was president of Honduras. I think that President Trump has been quite clear in his defense of the United States homeland to stop these illegal narcotics from coming to our borders, whether that's by land or by sea. And he's also made it quite clear that he wants to correct the wrongs of the weaponized Justice Department under the previous.
This is outrageous. What was the other thing? I was gonna look at another thing. Now I fucking forgot.
Between these three physiques, it's the shoulders, right? This person has underdeveloped delts. This person has well-developed delts. And this person has 3D delts. And in this video, I'm gonna show you 7 shoulder training tips for 3D delts. So we'll start with a few tips that are a bit more common, and then as we...
Tip number 1, steroids. They will help a lot. I can guarantee you.
Go, they'll get more and more obscure. So I'd say most of you have tried the first tip before, but I bet less than 1% of you know about the 7th tip. Of course, these things that I'm gonna show you aren't as important as simply training hard and being consistent. But they are techniques that I use in my own training, and most of them have at least some scientific support, which I'll highlight as we go. All right, the first tip is to take your traps out. This one's pretty obvious, but if your traps are taking over...
You know, I really hate Baramont. They also took down one of your streams for that Cleopatra biopic that in that roaming Millennial video that wasn't even Terry's but Netflix, which would count as false copyright infringement, which is illegal by the way.
Paramount is a shitfuck studio. So they're particularly bad when it comes to copyright trolling because like that's a actual revenue generator for them. So they're just, it's a scumbag, degenerate, low-tier studio. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. You don't, I don't think, yeah, your traps aren't involved when you do laterals. They can't take over for your shoulders. They do not fulfill the function of shoulder abduction.
On your shoulder movements, your delts could be getting robbed of precious tension. Now, you'll hear some coaches say that since most guys want bigger traps anyway, getting some crossover work isn't actually a bad thing. And the argument goes, as long as you go to failure, your delts will grow, even if your traps help out. There's some truth to that, but I do think that for some trainees, their delts go nearly silent.
I hate niggers, but you remain to be one of the few remaining niggers to be seen. You are welcome in Jigabukov at any time. Would you be willing to be part of a pack of niggers who gang rape my enemies for me? Thanks, Mr. Coon. Keep making chocolate gains.
Nah, I'm good. Thanks for the donation, N-word faggot. Jolington, add public message. I don't know what you mean by that, but, you know.
If the traps take over. And in my coaching experience, a lot of female trainees want to avoid growing their traps, so this will help with that. Over the years, I found one cue to be most effective in helping people engage their side delts over their traps. Here it is. Picture that you have this long shovel and you're scooping sand out to the side. This will force you to keep your shoulders down.
Are you enjoying your deload week? Yesterday, I did 4 workout sessions in 2 hours. How does Frank afford his Japan trips? His food handling looks bad.
Well, it's only really day 1, but I'm enjoying myself so far. Dude, I had a fuck of a day today. So I got up at 6 in the morning because the donut place opens at 7. And I wanted to make sure I was there early so that the vegan donuts don't get taken by some other jackass. So I suit up, get ready to go so that I can be at the donut place when they open, like at around 7. I pull out of the garage, and then I hear clink. And then, like, the steering feels funny on my bike. And then I realize the fucking, steering stabilizer, or the steering damper, the fucking thing broke off. So I have to drive, 40 minutes on the fucking highway with a sidecar with a broken steering damper. If you've ever driven a sidecar without a steering damper, holy fucking shit. I nearly died like 20 fucking times on the way there and back. That was fucking nuts. Basically, because of the weight on the like side of the bike, you have this massive weight. The steering keeps getting deflected by like every little bump or wind or whatever, like, you know, you encounter. So, if the road is like a little bumpy or there's like some turns or there's inconsistent wind, you're just fucking going all over the place. So, like, there was a few stretches where I got lucky where there wasn't any wind and the road was really flat, but, like, most of the driving was just nerve-wracking, and I nearly swerved into the oncoming lane and fucking got, like, wrecked by a fucking truck. And I nearly veered off the fucking road a bunch of times, too. And to top it off, I'm having more electrical problems again. The bike's battery is draining faster, so there's, like, an electrical short or short to ground somewhere. Fucking irritating. But I just ordered a new steering damper. I think it's just a universal... It has a universal mount, so like I'm pretty sure you can put any steering damper on as long as it's like just long enough. So, but that's fucking irritating. I don't know how exactly Frank is affording his Japan trips. He's saying he's taking out like new credit cards or new lines of credit for it. Who knows? Like, we know he takes in over 5 million in gross revenue, so like he has to have some money from, you know, somewhere. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Why the fuck would you get mad at the spotter for grabbing the bar when your ass is coming way off the fucking bench? So many people tear their shit from lifting weights too heavy.
Well, first of all, that was not a PR. That was a failed lift. I have no idea why the spotter would touch the bar, though, since it was moving just fine. I've had shit like this, like, even worse shit happen to me in the gym, where I'll be working out. I don't even ask anybody to spot me. Some random fucking dickhead will start just touching the bar during a set. Oh, it's all you, bro. It's all you. And I never even fucking ask them to, like, fucking spot me, come anywhere near me, help in any way. That just infuriates the fuck out of me. Just wish I could set them on fire. But yeah, this guy's a bit of an idiot. I don't know why he touched the bar. Like, this guy's an idiot too. They're both stupid, honestly. But, just people at the gym are just fucking dumbasses, dude. They're just all worthless fucking idiots. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan.
Yeah, Paramount is shit. They will take down a video for using one still image from SpongeBob. Just be happy you won't have to deal with this bullshit anymore once you win the lottery.
Yeah, for real. It'll be great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What a total fucking dunce. And thousands of people liked this shit and actually believe what this guy is saying. It's like we're living in the movie Idiocracy sometimes.
Have you ever wondered why the sky is blue? Do you think the reason they give us is the real reason? Could there potentially be something up there that's blue colored that's making us see blue? Well, if you've ever wondered these questions, stick around. I might give you some evidence to make you think it's something that you never did. Let's first look at why they tell us it's.
You know, there's like literally satellite launches you can watch. I mean, I guess they think it's all fake, right? Fuck me, dude. We need eugenics to get rid of these people.
It's blue. They say blue light is scattered more than the other colors because it travels at shorter, smaller waves. This is why we see a blue sky most of the time. I'm a big believer in Occam's razor, which simply says the most simple explanation is most often the correct one.
The simplest explanation is the correct one. The sky's blue because the sky's blue. What a fucking idiot. There's blue cardboard in the sky. That's what's making it blue.
So could it potentially be we're just seeing something that's actually blue up in the sky? And when I think of seeing something that could actually be blue, it makes me think of this phenomenon that scientists study all the time. And
sky stone made of pure oxygen. Oh my fucking god.
It's not in the mainstream, and it's called sky ice. Now, this is found largely in Antarctica.
It is not.
And it's called sky ice because it happens to have the exact same color as the sky. Now, why would this have such a low profile? Why wouldn't it be talked?
It's interesting. One kind of ice, this kind of ice, allowed to go.
This guy is like an actual fucktard. Holy shit. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Prism.
Really, that happened top you today? That's insane, VG.
Yep, it's always something. The one good thing is the part on the steering damper should be replaceable. I wasn't able to find like just a replacement piece for it online, but I ordered a cheap steering damper from Amazon. There might be parts compatibility where the like eyelet at the end can just thread on, so I don't even have to install a new damper. We'll see though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Frank has uploaded a new short.
Let me take a look. Frank Tufano.
Do not use State Farm insurance under any circumstance. I had an accident 2 months ago where my car was totaled by a speeding driver.
I think a friend of mine has State Farm, and he actually just got into a big wreck. And they actually covered the complete cost of the vehicle. Wasn't an issue.
And they have still not reimbursed me the value of my vehicle. They're trying to give me $13,000, and the car is worth 3 times that, $34,000.
Yeah, chances are the reason they're not giving Frank, you know, the money he wants is because his car isn't worth shit. So he says it's like a nice BMW or anything, but I'm sure if you look up the Blue Book value for the amount of miles his car has, it's like, you know, nothing. He's probably doing something stupid where he's looking up the Blue Book value for something that has like no mileage, no issues, like perfect condition. And then his is like some high mileage piece of shit, and they're like, yeah, 13 grand.
Minimum. And not only that, I had a home insurance claim last year where my electric service was literally failing. The electrical wire that goes from the street to my house failed, and I had to pay for it. The State Farm home insurance wouldn't pay for the electric service, a very basic need, and now...
Yeah, I would imagine that would either be... That would have to be the city. If anybody's like, if it's not in the house, I would imagine that's the city that has to deal with that.
The car insurance, they're refusing to pay me. So all I have to say is that State Farm, as an insurance company in general, whether it's car or home, will not pay out. They don't want to pay out under any circumstance, and it's insane how I'm going to have to take them to court over this. It's insane. And I'm struggling enough with all my other business stuff. You would assume my car gets crashed. It's a guaranteed help, you know?
Makes me kind of wonder if he deliberately crashed his car. Maybe he was hoping he'd get, like, cash from the insurance or something. Fucking weird.
Straight people have so many fucking problems with their opposite gender, and gay people don't have these problems, lol. Men should fuck men and women should fuck women. Prove me wrong, Charlie Kirk style.
Well, no. Lesbian relationships seem to be the most violent and toxic. So lesbians tend to beat each other up more, there's more spousal violence, and marriages and lesbian relationships tend to end much, much sooner. So women are the problem. Dudes should fuck dudes, and women should be on psych meds, I guess. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib.
Are goyim even real people?
I don't think I'm going to answer that. It sounds racist. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Great, more of these conspiracy theories. This shit is really getting on my nerves.
Yeah, maybe just, poop. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
My piece of shit dipshit fucking cousin doesn't believe the International Space Station is real. I told him that you can literally see it through a cheap telescope if you successfully track its coordinates. I've seen it myself. That fucking dipshit.
Well, good news is I don't think your dumbass cousin is going to make much money being so stupid as he is. Unless he becomes an influencer like I Show Speed. Thanks for the donation, though, dipshit. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. I don't get it. Maga's upset this fake government account isn't allowed to make fake propaganda lies. X account exposing Tim Walz for being complicit in massive fraud was just suspended on X. Last night, their post got millions of views, blowing the whistle on Tim's pro-fraud activities as governor. The group is run by current MN Department of Human Service employees critical of Walz. So, yeah, that account is just lying. Wait, did I already... yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Have you heard about the latest Tom Aspinall news? Turns out he does have medical records from a doctor and you were wrong. Can you ate this live on your Steam now? Also check out this link.
I've already seen that stupid shit. Everything he posted on Instagram's complete horseshit, so... all he showed was that there was trauma in and around his orbital. That's normal from getting punched in the face. Anytime you just get punched in the face, you are going to see those sorts of trauma or injury or inflammation. So that's all they found. They found absolutely nothing wrong with the eye itself, the optic nerve, the muscles of the eye, nothing. So all the symptoms that he's fucking claiming he has are made up. They're not in any way related to the... it's not even really an injury. All they really found on the MRI was a little bit of inflammation around his orbital. That's it. So all the fucking symptoms, like, oh, he can't move his eyes properly, or he's claiming about, claiming he has double vision, that is just self-reported. He can make that up. It's his, that's all his idea. None of that has anything to do with some sort of objectively viable medical diagnosis.
In every European capital, as well as in America, photographs of the Israeli hostages still in captivity by Hamas have been put up. And in every city outside of Israel, they have been torn down. Think about that for a moment. If someone in London or Paris loses their dog, they will put up a poster asking people to help find them. And if even one person in our society went around tearing down such a poster, we would ask what had happened in our society. We would ask why we were producing people so pathological.
Okay, great.
You can get a 2018 BMW for like 5k used, but it's gonna have 95,000 miles and it's gonna need 10k in repairs. Also bro, I'm pretty sure Frank's whole thing is insurance fraud. He's probably pretty decent at doing it, to be honest.
He's crashed way too many cars. That happens so fucking often with him. It's nuts. So, yeah, I have a feeling, at the very least, this last crash he got into is probably insurance fraud. And yeah, he was probably thinking he could get some used piece of shit, worthless BMW for like nothing and then crash it and then get like 30k back in the insurance or something. Wouldn't surprise me. He was pretty hurting for money. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. NATO does not rule out the possibility of preemptive strike in response to Russia's hybrid warfare. Okay, good. I don't know why they don't just fuck Russia up. It's kind of stupid. Maduro was once again dancing to a remix of his own speeches calling for peace. Okay, weird. Dumb bitch. Let me see. What do you think of this woman's proposed solution? Yeah, it's called Carry a Gun and Shoot Motherfuckers. Yeah, shoot him. The real solution is that men who witness this should step in and immediately kick his ass, but no men are willing to do that anymore because the gender war, well, no. Why would you risk getting your ass kicked? Like, just let people pull out a gun and shoot them. Women being generally less attractive in 2025 due to... Oh my god, this is fucking retarded. Beautiful, sweet women inspire men to protect instinctually. Yeah, you say that. That's why the pick-me narrative is bad, because pick-me types are the exact kind of women that men rush to defend. What a dumb bitch. Just let people shoot them. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hi VG, can you react to this short? I thought it was really difficult for the body to turn glucose into fat. Is she just talking shit?
The carbohydrates you eat break down to glucose immediately. Protein, it takes a lot to break it down to glucose, but it does break down to glucose.
Protein doesn't really convert into glucose. The main pathway, like over 80% of the protein that gets turned into glucose is a catabolic pathway. So you're basically using your body's own muscle tissue to turn into glucose. The protein you eat, practically none of it ever gets turned into glucose. It's a catabolic process.
This happens immediately. In 1 cup of basmati rice, 10 teaspoons of sugar, equivalent.
This is fucking retarded.
In 1 cup of rice, your blood is balanced at.
This is like saying your body will turn fat into ketones for energy, and like 1 stick of butter is the equivalent of like 1 can of what's the fucking paint thinner? Yeah, it's like 1 can of paint thinner. It's like, is paint thinner good for you? Like, it's just fucking stupid.
1 teaspoon. So your body has really strong defense mechanisms to fight against that. What that is it turns it into fat. It takes the glucose.
Glucose does not turn into fat. Like, practically 0 glucose gets turned into fat. What ends up happening is if you're in a caloric surplus, you just end up burning less fat and storing more of it. That's all that happens. Glucose either gets stored as glycogen in your muscle tissue or it gets burned off as excess body heat. Very little of it actually gets turned into fat. The fat that ends up getting stored on your body is just the dietary fat you eat that otherwise would have gotten burnt off through normal metabolism if you were at either caloric maintenance or in a caloric deficit.
It's out of your blood.
So this dumb bitch doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. There you go.
Well VG, if women want a relationship they can buy a male sex robot once they're invented.
Yeah, and then they can complain about them all day. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Thanks for having me over to lift weights the other day. I'm also glad that my penis made your hole feel so good it gave you a lasting glow for a few days, which is the good mood you talk about. BTW, I like niggers and I don't like fat skins. What S to you?
I'm on test and enthate. Thanks for the donation. Exterminate fart skins.
And sweep the weight out using your side delts rather than shrugging it up using your traps. To be sure though, I went to the gym and I asked random people to try out 2 different cues. For the first cue, I just told them to just get the weight up. Use whatever muscles you need to use to move the weight. I just want you to focus on getting the weight up. So use whatever muscles you need to move the weight. Perfect.
I'm already thinking too much.
Good. It looks nice. For the second cue, I told them to think about keeping their shoulders down and sweeping the weight out like you've got this long shovel and you're scooping sand out to the side.
Jesus, wow.
It makes it way hard.
This is fucking stupid. Just stupid. You're never going to be able to really use enough weight to get big jack shoulders doing this crap, so you're just wasting your fucking time.
Harder, right? Okay. Did you notice any difference in like how it felt?
Harder.
It was harder
More
the second
difficult,
one?
yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, hey?
I felt it a lot more on the second one. Like I could feel tension more on the way up when I'm like down at the bottom.
Good, because you were like...
Bro, like, it's funny. He's talking to skinny pencil necks who never fucking lift. When you look at any fucking jack dudes who train shoulders and like use dumbbells and shit, let me see if I can find some like dumbbell training of like Brett or something. Yeah, here we go. When you look at any big jack dudes, they're not like giving a shit about like super perfect fucking form. They're just thinking of like lifting heavy ass fucking weight and moving it. Like that's it. You have to use heavy weight. Huge mistake people make when they're doing laterals is they try to keep the form too perfect. And they never end up using enough weight to like do anything.
Hey Richard. Are you on HRT because your testosterone was low, and is that because of your diet, or why do you take test exactly?
Who the fuck said I'm on HRT? I am on steroids for performance enhancement. Where the fuck did you get the idea that I'm on HRT? When have I ever said that I'm on HRT? So you just made up that nonsense that I never fucking said, and you're an idiot. So no, I'm not on HRT. I'm on steroids for performance enhancement. Thanks for the donation. Or whatever. Chris donated $5. I don't know why you sent me this. This is an old trailer and we already watched it like a few days ago because I think you wanted me to watch it again. Why is the frame rate so fucking low? The fuck? Yo, it's like slideshow. Now it's running normal. That's weird. I've never seen that before. Yeah, I don't know if they're ever gonna make Gears of War EA. Like, dude, the amount of fucking games that Microsoft Studios keeps canceling is just fucking crazy. I don't know if they're ever gonna release it, honestly. It just seems like they're gonna cancel every fucking game. And then everything is going to be some like bullshit multi-platform live service that they end up canceling too. Thanks for the donation though, Chris.
What made you change your stance on women? I used to say the same things you now say about women a few years ago, and you said I was most likely an incel. This was back when I had a girlfriend. Now I'm single and really am an incel. Ironically.
Well, take a fucking guess, dude. We got rid of some dead weight. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Thankfully, when you retire from streaming tomorrow and win the lottery the next day, you won't have to listen to these nut job conspiracies anymore, as you won't be online as much.
Yeah, it'll be great. I can just watch SpongeBob and lift weights and enjoy myself for a change. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The CDC survey found that bi women 61.1% report higher prevalence of rape, violence, or stalking by a partner compared to both lesbian 43.8% and straight women 35%. Of the bi women who experienced IPV, 90% reported having only male perpetrators.
Well, I would imagine so. If you're going to lump in different categories, you can come up with any stupid fucking numbers. I would imagine it's a little difficult for women to rape women. It's a little awkward. You can do it. But half the time, I think they'll probably realize there's not really any point, because what are they going to do? Just use their fingers? So, no shit. I would imagine bi women would more often get raped by male partners, obviously. So, yeah, if you add in multiple categories of, like, intimate partner violence, I'm sure you can come up with a number like that. If you just look at, what is it? If you look at intimate partner violence in terms of, like, basic assault, so, like, hitting, striking, use of force, lesbian relationships seem to be the worst. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib.
Is it exploitative to use a dog in a prank like this?
Let me see. Wow. Look at your little dog. I don't know if I'd say it's exploitative. It's probably like a little fake. Does look funny. The dog looks like he's having fun. I wouldn't say it's exploitative. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
I didn't make that up. Didn't you just tell a previous donor that you are on testosterone enanthate? Which is a hormone replacement therapy. So you are not just on growth hormones. You literally just told a donor that 5 minutes ago. So why do you take it?
Yeah, just because you take a drug that's used in hormone replacement therapy, it doesn't mean you're on hormone replacement therapy. When you're taking about double the normal fucking dose, it's not really hormone replacement therapy anymore, is it? Thanks for the donation, dum-dum. I also have no idea why you're asking me why I'm taking it. I literally told you performance enhancement. I want bigger, stronger muscles. What do you think fucking testosterone does, you idiot?
Of course it's difficult for women to rape other women when they don't even have penises.
Well, most women anyway. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh, here we go. Yeah, more women.
While I say this, diet and exercise alone is rarely effective to treat obesity. And before you guys come at me and say, that's not true, diet and exercise, calorie deficit, you just gotta be in a calorie...
Diet and exercise is the only thing that resolves obesity. The only thing. Every treatment, every medication, everything revolves around modulating diet and exercise. That's how GLP-1 agonists work. They make you eat less. Like...
deficit to lose weight, blah, blah, blah. Let me explain. Yes, you have to be in a calorie deficit to lose weight. That is true. We are not disagreeing about that there. But what else is true that we know, because this has actually been studied, people have studied this, is that very, very few people can lose substantial weight and keep it off long term. This meta-analysis looked at 29 different studies.
Yeah, that's because of adherence, you fucking idiot.
And what they saw...
So, dumbass, that's because of adherence. It's because they start eating again and stop exercising. So what the... Why is it always women who do this? Why are they all insane? Why is it so hard to admit ice cream will make you fat? If you eat ice cream every day, especially the entire tub, you will get fat. That will happen. Get over it, okay? I don't...
that with...
It's like they're trying to fucking have like some weird toxic relationship with fucking ice cream. Well, maybe ice cream isn't the problem. Maybe it's me. Maybe there's something else going on and I can eat all the ice cream I want. Because I saw this study that diet and exercise alone didn't actually, stop obesity, so maybe I can eat all the ice cream. Like, what the fuck is this? It's always women. They're just fucking psychotic. Scientific Snitch said this is misinfo.
Medical doctor through 12 years of schooling gets about 8 to 10 hours of nutritional training. 8 to 10 hours over 12 years? You can't expect that person to be an expert. Dr. Peter Attia, who's an incredible authority in the space, put out a stat once that said something to the effect of, from the time a cutting edge study hits the table and we know about it to the time it's in modern medical textbooks is about 10 years. These guys are learning nutritional information from 2010.
No, that's bullshit. That's not how that works. So, first of all, schools update their textbooks like fucking constantly. It's a whole racket. They basically make you pay for new fucking books, and they try to avoid having people be able to buy used textbooks. So they try to update their textbooks as frequently as fucking possible so that you're forced to spend ridiculous amounts of money on the new fucking textbooks that you can't find used, or just that are copied online somewhere.
And still referencing it. A lot has changed. And so you have to stay on the edge of discernment and self-starterism.
And on top of that, like, your professors are also going to give you coursework too. Like,
ownership and accountability if you really want to know what's happening. And there's a time where we thought cigarettes...
Yeah, my nigga Trump, let me see.
People in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite the Habur Rana to...
I can't understand a word he's saying. It's not it's the accent. It's a little bit tough for me to hear that.
Can I try again?
How about you, please? Go ahead back there.
People in...
I mean, I can understand that an old dude with not great hearing is a bit of a boomer, but I have trouble hearing him, so I don't know why people gave Trump so much shit over that, like, of all things. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Lamau nigga, stop acting like you're miserable and your life would be any better if you won the lottery. You have the easiest job in the world and have to deal with trolls for 10 to 20 minutes per stream. No big deal. You would get bored if you had money.
I think it's more than 10 to 20 minutes, but thanks for the donation, 21st.
My nigga Paul.
This is the most popular product in all of Trader Joe's. It's in the Trader Joe's Hall of Fame, and it's absolute garbage. Red corn tortilla chips, chili and lime flavored. First ingredient, yellow corn. Second ingredient, 3 different types of seed oils, plus cornstarch, maltodextrin, which is...
This guy eats dead, rotting animal flesh that is high in artery-clogging sludge. Corn and seed oils. I'm gonna die.
It's basically just sugar. It's crazy, guys, to think that the head of the Trader Joe's Hall of Fame is horrible for you. But I guess that's Trader Joe's for you.
Buddy, you have aged like 10 years in like 2 years. He has lost muscle mass, gotten way wrinklier, more fucked up skin. And he's weak as shit. There are natural vegan women who lift who are stronger than him. Like, it's insane. And then he says this shit. Fucking kid.
What is this? Okay, these are cows that have been in Holland in the winter and they're seeing grass for the first time. Oh my god. Narrative acting ideally solves.
Fuck you. Oh my god, what a waste.
If your olive oil doesn't burn the back of your throat when you take a shot, it's not good enough. Listen, guys, if you really want to be drinking extra virgin olive oil for mortality benefits, I get it. But you have to get
It does not have to burn the back of
an
your
olive
mouth.
oil that's high quality and that has a high amount of polyphenols. And you can look at all the lab analysis. Yes, you can look at the peroxide value, the acidity, the K values. You can look at the polyphenols. But the easiest way to do this is take a shot of your olive oil, and if it burns the back of your throat, awesome. The burn
No.
will last from 10 to 15 seconds. The more burn, the more polyphenols. Oh yeah. oleocanthal. When you take a shot of your olive oil, that
Idiot.
modern shoes are destroying your feet. Look at this, guys. Look at the
So first of all, I have no idea if these two things are even remotely related. These are the fucking Chinese, fucked up bound feet. What do they call them? Lotus feet or something? That has nothing to do with wearing shoes. They would deliberately bind women's feet because they thought it was, like, sexy for women to have tiny feet.
That's horrible. And then look at the way these hunter-gatherer feet look when these guys are walking around barefoot all the time. And
So not only are they walking around barefoot, but they're also, the way their feet are shaped is dictated by what they're walking on. So if you look at hunter-gatherer tribes that are walking around in very muddy, loose soil, their feet end up spreading wider and wider apart so they have better grip. When you look at hunter-gatherers who are just walking around on solid ground all the time, they just look like our feet. It's an adaptation to what they're fucking walking on. Your feet do not have to look like fucking Shrek's feet to know if your feet are healthy. They just adapt to whatever surfaces you're fucking walking on, you idiot.
then look at how horrible high heels are for your feet, ladies. These look sexy, but they're destroying your feet. I'm going to try and go to a Foot Locker here and see if I can even find shoes that would work for my
Nobody
wide feet. 'Cause
fucking
I'm always
cares,
barefoot.
dude.
I've heard these shoes are cool. These shoes are, guys. My foot
Gay
is
retard.
way wider than these shoes. Compare this to a pair of barefoot shoes that I wear a lot. My barefoot shoes are so much wider.
They're literally the same.
Listen, you are cramming your feet into
They're literally the same. He's just fucking with the camera angle to make it look like they're any different. They're literally the fucking same. The toe box might be slightly wider, but they're the fucking same. What a fucking dork. Thanks for the donation, whatever.
You would know a thing or two about rape. After all, you've done it multiple times to the old baggage, as you call her. She has a name, by the way. And she also has a career. With DoorDash. I bet her car is a disgusting mess, as is her apartment if she has one.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Is it really necessary for you to take that for bigger muscles though? If your testosterone was low, aren't there natural healthier ways to increase your test? So you're taking something that could kill you for a 1% marginal difference in your muscle bulk?
I've gained 30 pounds of muscle mass, so that's more than a 1% difference. And, are you sure it's necessary to, like, save most of your money? You know, you could, like, end up spending your money on crystal meth or something, or somebody might want to steal it. So why don't you just donate your money to me? Jackass. Fucking idiot. Love how pussies think like this. Is it really necessary to have more muscle? Why don't you just, like, not have as much muscle and be weaker and smaller? It's good enough. Okay, cool. You have enough money. Give it to me. Thanks for the donation, dum-dum.
Started on a low dose, 2 HGH, and my IGF-1 is at 501 nanograms per milliliter after 3 weeks. What are your thoughts on retatrutide?
Retatrutide is fantastic. It's a great drug. Honestly, most people should be on it. Most people do or would benefit from appetite suppression, but even without the appetite suppressing effects, it's clearly just good for you. It increases insulin sensitivity, it improves your metabolism, it lowers your LDL cholesterol, prevents heart attacks, lowers your risk of all-cause mortality, including from cancer. So it's a great drug. That is an effective GLP-1 agonist in general, but retatrutide's the most effective. But that's a pretty good response from the growth hormone. I would just keep the dose in that range if you're just thinking of using it for, health improvements, having a bit more muscle mass, stuff like that. So that's pretty good response from the growth hormone. Thanks for the donation, Hitler Stank.
Despite making up only 13% of the population, blacks make up 52% of crimes. Has negative interaction with one black person. This is what's wrong with the world. All black people are stupid and dumb. Incel mindset makes as much sense as racism argument.
No, women are in fact evil. Thanks for the donation, non-wib. Sarah donated $2. Some women actually have hypothyroid, actually a lot. Especially compared to men. Yeah, guess what? Even with hypothyroidism, you'll lose weight if you eat in a caloric deficit. And if they're going to fucking... And look, literally everyone who claims they have an underactive thyroid is fucking lying. Because if they had an underactive thyroid, they'd be on medication for it. If they have low T4 or low T3, whatever, there's medication for it. It's extremely inexpensive. Dirt fucking cheap. So if they're claiming they can't lose weight because they have low thyroid, then why the fuck aren't they on meds? So they're lying. They never got their thyroid checked. They're making it up, and they're making up fucking excuses. It's just fucking stupid. So, again, does it make any logical sense? Oh, I can't lose weight because I have underactive thyroid. Why do you have an underactive thyroid when there's medication for it? It's like saying I can't go to work because I have an infection that won't go away. Oh, well, are you taking medication to get rid of the infection? No. Well, what are you doing? Why are you just sitting at home with an infection, collecting fucking benefits and overtime pay and all this shit? I have an infection. So, it's stupid. If you have a fucking disease that can be treated or cured with a fucking drug, why the fuck aren't you on the drug? So everyone who says this is just a liar. Some women who exercise and are eating caloric deficit still gain weight. No, they don't. That's literally impossible. So women don't violate the laws of thermodynamics.
Really, the Chinese did that? That's horrible. VG, as if we didn't have more reasons to hate China.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This motion will take your traps out from the beginning. And then, yes, as you start to get through the range of motion, they have to come in because your scapulae have to rotate.
Yeah.
But if you can initiate this way, I feel like you can turn the side delts on faster. Now, this is obviously not a scientific survey, but every single person I showed this to said they felt more side delt activation when they focused on scooping the weight out rather than just lifting the weight up. The second tip is to train your shoulders more often. According to this poll of my audience, most of you train your shoulders twice per week. 24% of you hit them just once a week, but here's the crazy part. Only 11% of you hit them 3 times per week, and just 4% more than that. That's a low frequency, and I think that's a mistake if you're trying to maximize their growth. Here's why. The amount of truly effective volume that you can do for a single muscle in a single workout is lower than most people think. It probably starts to cap out at around 6, maybe 8 sets in a workout. In other words, after you've done 6 to 8 sets for your shoulders in a single workout, doing more than that probably isn't doing much, if anything. A recent meta-analysis from this year suggests that the cap could be as high as 11 sets per muscle per workout, but once you get above 6 or so, the returns are greatly diminishing anyway. Because of this, the best way to get in more effective shoulder work isn't to throw more sets on top of the workouts you already do. It's to hit them more often. Rather than cramming the volume onto just 1 or 2 days, spread it out across 3 or 4 days. Earlier in my bodybuilding career, I used to do 3 sets of dumbbell lateral raises after every single workout, 5 days a week. I think that made a difference. But what about recovery? Well, this is anecdotal.
Well, that's sensible enough. Thanks for the donation, Chris. Appreciate it.
But from my coaching experience, your shoulders do recover pretty quickly. They almost never get sore. Do you remember the last time your shoulders actually got sore?
My
coaching experience,
sore.
they can tolerate quite a beating. My shoulder strength bounces back really fast, even after super hard workouts. So even if you hit them hard with 3 to 6 sets on one day, you should feel ready to hit them again within 24 to 48 hours, especially if you're focusing on isolation exercises like lateral raises and rear delt flies. And if you want to pause and screenshot, this is how I'd set up a higher frequency shoulder plan, which borrows from my new Min-Max program. Okay, tip 3 is to get a brutally strong shoulder press. For me, that's this machine shoulder press, but it can be any vertical press that you can overload. Machine, dumbbell, or barbell. Load it up with a weight that you can do for 5 or 6 reps and add a little weight each week. Stick with that for a year, a full year. And if after a year you haven't gained some serious shoulder mass, come back to this video, take your like back, and swap it for a dislike. You've earned it. The reason why this works is simple. As you progressively lift more and more weight on the shoulder press, you're increasing the mechanical tension that your delts experience. Mechanical tension is the main driver of hypertrophy. It isn't that strength directly causes more size, but they are linked. If your delts are getting stronger on the same exercise with the same rep.
He should also mention that, especially with overhead press, you probably want to be pressing like at least 3 times a week to really progress the lift.
Reps and the same form, you have, in all likelihood, added new contractile tissue to be able to produce that extra force. Now, you'll often hear that you
this spicy hummus goes so well with fucking potatoes. God damn.
Don't need a vertical press because they only hit your front delts, and your front delts already get all the work that they need on horizontal presses. And yes, your front delts do get a lot of work on horizontal presses, but your side delts are a lot more active on vertical presses than people realize. In fact, I tested this out for myself with EMG, and I actually saw more side delt activation than front delt activation on.
Lol, I love how you're losing the very few female viewers who still watch you. Non-Wib and Thieth thou are the only 2 I can think of. They're out the door pretty soon because you're literally an incel. Some of what you say is valid, but some is incel shit.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
On this machine shoulder press. And as we'll see when we get to tip 6, since you can only add weight to lateral raises for so long, having a strength-focused shoulder press makes sure that you keep progress moving. Okay, tip number 4 is to bring your waist down. And it's funny because out of every tip on this list, this is the one I think most people will skip, but it's also the one that'll have the biggest impact on how 3D your shoulders look by far. Here I am at 20% body fat, and here I am at 9% body fat after using my Smart Nutrition app macro factor for my cut. My shoulders are definitely broader and rounder at 9% because my waist is smaller and there's less body fat around my deltoid muscle. The cuts are deeper, there's more.
Bootycom donated 1910 AIDS. Oh. Yeah, I can already tell there's going to be AIDS.
This PBD podcast, Angry Patriot, Vinny Ashana, liberal streamer, Destiny, the co-founder within our lifetime, Nadine.
Oh, look, the terrorist that hates Jews and literally openly said she wants to kill innocent Israelis.
Kizwani, and Matt Tardillo, who's
And
the
she supports
podcaster
the October
and
7th
retired U.S. Army Special Forces soldier. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, Nadine. Welcome back to Uncensored. Obviously, this is a despicable act of terrorism against 2 members of the National Guard and has rightly caused outrage. At the same time, there are calls for now every Afghan that was brought to the United States, many of whom risked their own lives during the war to fight against the Taliban, to now be deported back to Afghanistan where they could meet possible death at the hands of the Taliban they fought. So this is a complicated issue. What is your view about what has happened here?
I mean, as you mentioned, I believe in the previous segment, the shooter previously served in one of the U.S.-backed paramilitary units in Afghanistan that's been funded by the CIA. So I think if the U.S. Had never invaded or occupied Afghanistan and never built or armed proxy forces, the shooter or someone like him wouldn't have ended up here.
That is a very weird statement to make. The whole reason we did that is to prevent the Soviets from taking control of Afghanistan, so. The flip side is, okay, like, there may have been some other war with the Soviets that would have happened. that we'd have to get directly involved in some way. That would be worse. Sarah Donatillers, a lot of women work full-time jobs, have to take care of kids, and have other obligations. They also don't want to spend hundreds of dollars on doctor visits. Blood tests, yeah, so... One, men have kids too, and men also work. I don't know why men are, somehow able to ask their doctor for a basic blood test and then get the results and then get prescribed medication. But women somehow magically aren't, even though they literally know exactly what their fucking health problem is. They're low thyroid. Not all women with hypothyroidism are diagnosed and can get treatment. Literally all women with hypothyroidism can get diagnosed and can get treatment. If you want to get a blood test for your thyroid, that would cost you less than $100. Those are very simple, basic tests. And the medication is dirt cheap. Depending on what dose you need, you're looking at paying anywhere from like 25, yeah, maybe like even as little as like $15, $20 a month, to maybe as high as like 50 or 60, depending on if you need like full replacement doses. And you don't even need a doctor. You can just buy these meds off the black market. So it's weird how women can figure out how to buy Botox off the black market, but women who can magically self-diagnose their hypothyroidism, they can't figure out how to get thyroid meds off the black market. Okay.
Divorced incel excited for sex robot cell elco bello elco bello elco bello elco bello elco bello elco bello.
I don't want a sex robot. Thanks for the donation.
Committing the act that he did. So, this is constant blowback, and we see this time.
Well, you could go back further, though, couldn't you? If you were being reasonable about it, you could go back to if Osama bin Laden hadn't ordered the terror attacks on the World Trade Center that killed nearly 3,000 people, then it wouldn't have been necessary for US forces to...
Why won't this evil Hamas supporting bitch just go or EVG?
I don't even know why he's interested in talking to her, like knowing her stupid crazy views. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Go into the country that had been harboring
him. But who funded Al-Qaeda? It's
okay,
the same argument.
Again, you can go back as long as you want, but I think to put it in context, obviously the reason that the United States were fighting in Afghanistan was as a response to 9/11. So that is the context. December is...
I don't know what she means by who funded Al-Qaeda. The U.S. did not fund Al-Qaeda. They had no money. Like, literally none. They pretty much got all their money through Osama bin Laden, who basically just took some of his own and stole some of his own family's money. And they'd find their own ways to make a bit of money, so they'd get donations from, Muslims all around the world who just support terrorism. There's, weird Muslim-supporting terror networks that will lie about giving money to charity when they're just giving money to Al-Qaeda. Still happens today. And they sell drugs. Drug trafficking and some human trafficking. But they, this is being recorded. The United States massively overestimated how big and how powerful Al-Qaeda was. And Al-Qaeda did the exact opposite. They massively underestimated the United States.
Heart Awareness Month, which makes you think differently about the busy holidays. Stress rises, routines...
At the end of the day, the people of Afghanistan weren't guilty for 9/11. It's these constant wars. It's these constant attempts at regime change. It's the creation of refugees, the destabilization of the Middle East that's constantly going to create this scenario.
This is just fucked-hearted. Absolutely fucked-hearted. Look at the regime changes that have happened in Iran, in Syria, in fucking Lebanon, in like all these fucking countries without US intervention. It just happens there. So I don't know how the US is making anything any fucking worse by intervening.
Scenario at the end of the day. I mean, and the fact that the National Guard shouldn't have been in DC to begin with. I mean, Sarah, the woman who was shot, had told her boyfriend that she felt like being there was pointless. You know, it's really a show of force to distract from multiple things that Trump ran on and failed on. He ran on affordability. He ran on ending foreign wars, yet they're trying to enact regime change in Iran and Venezuela. They're continuing to arm genocide, and Gaza continuing to arm the bombing of Lebanon. And at the end of the day, this is, you know, going to create blowback where people in the US are going to pay the price. People around the world, innocent people around the world, are going to pay the price, whether with their tax dollars, with their lives, with the decline of the economy. And this is all a distraction at the end of the day. They're scapegoating immigrants instead of looking at the real root of the problem, which
New flash for that statement.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
is US imperialism wreaking havoc, pillaging people around the world, and not, you know, caring, not doing anything to solve these issues here. I mean, like you also mentioned in the previous segment, how
like what dumb fuck. Like you have Russia invading Ukraine and like, you know, putting its paws in all, like they've been trying to intervene in Africa for the longest fucking time. They're also the whole fucking reason the US backed the Taliban in the first place. And you have China basically doing the same thing. You have China literally, like, you know, they have imperialist ambitions. They're putting their paws all throughout fucking Africa, trying to get all the, or fingers, whatever you want to call it. They're trying to get up all the mineral resources in the world, control Africa. They also invaded Tibet. They definitely want to invade Siberia and shit. So, like, if they're doing it, why wouldn't we do it when we're better actors? It's just so stupid. Congratulations, you're banned. I don't know why the fuck you idiots are trying to irritate the fuck out of me. Yeah, Non-Wib said the forbidden word. I don't know why. But there, she wanted to be banned. She's banned.
How many U.S. veterans come back and commit violence at home? You know, so I don't think it's an isolated incident, and they just want to use what happened in D.C. to scapegoat all immigrants instead of looking at the real cause of the issue. The war hawks and neocons in Washington, the architects of occupation and regime change in Afghanistan, Syria, Venezuela, creating the instability that forces people to flee. I mean, you know, one minute they're calling people HTS and other groups in Syria terrorists, the other minute they're meeting with them, then they're funding them. You know, it's all political convenience.
All right, Vinny Ashana, your response to that?
Well, first of all, saying that, oh, if Sarah wasn't in Washington dressed in uniform, she wouldn't get shot, is complete bullshit. Because guess what? If it wasn't her, you don't think this Afghani terrorist would have found somebody else to shoot, just a regular person? And I'm going to go back, Piers. This all goes down, and as my veteran brother will attest, the most abysmal withdrawal of Afghanistan. We could talk about why we're there, and I'll agree with you on 9/11 and all that was complete BS. Everything that followed 9/11 with the illegal war. But how do you bomb a country for 20 years, and then Biden with Alejandro Mayorkas, you let in 80,000 people, no documentation, you can't vet them, there's no paperwork on them, and what do you expect for them to do while they're here? And that's exactly what happened, okay? You can't assume that these people are going to love America. They hate America, Piers. They absolutely hate America. And there needs to be accountability for Mayorkas and the entire administration for letting these people in. On top of Afghanistan, what about our border? There's 2 million getaways, Pierce. That's the freaking population of Nebraska. We don't know who they are. We don't know what their intentions are. And these people hate America, Pierce. Plain and simple. There's no paperwork. There's no nothing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just the tip of the iceberg. What this guy gets to Sarah, God rest her soul. It's not going to stop. Just like she just said, it's going to keep happening. It's going to keep getting worse. And Trump has no other choice. Pierce, it's funny how everybody blames Trump because this is the situation he's been giving. But nobody on the left wants to blame Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas. Why is that? Why is that? I'm just...
Trump's the one who basically outlined all the plans for the Afghan withdrawal. Biden was just the one unfortunate enough to have to do it.
Curious.
Okay.
Anybody explain that to me?
Well, let me bring Matt Taddeo in. You're a former U.S. Army Special Forces soldier. You served in Afghanistan. First of all, it seems to me that at the crux of this problem, there's been a catastrophic failure both in the withdrawal that we all watched in horror on television, the way that was carried out, which involved a lot of deaths at the time. There was a sense of a duty of care to many Afghanis who had served alongside US forces and UK forces and others to preserve their safety from the Taliban they had been attacking, which made perfect sense. But there's also been a systematic failure, it seems, of vetting, with many people who were brought back to the United States not being properly vetted, not even having face-to-face interviews. So the whole thing seems to have been incredibly badly handled. What is your view here about, first of all, what happened with these two National Guardsmen and what this Afghani retired soldier had done?
Yeah, what happened to the two National Guardsmen was clearly an act.
Month of thyroid meds is less than $4 on Amazon. They'll prescribe it to you with a $20 telehealth visit. That's in the States, right? So I'm assuming that's probably with insurance covering some of the cost. I don't know if that's like actual out-of-pocket expense.
Act of terror. But 100%, make no mistake about it, it was an act of terror. And just because he ended up serving with U.S. forces over inside of Afghanistan for a period of time doesn't ensure that he is not going to commit acts of terror. At one point,
just bought this nylon blanket. So cozy you should buy one.
Don't think I'm going to bother buying that blanket, but it looks all right. Does have that convenient bag thing. Thanks for the donation, Chris.
Time over in Afghanistan for a very long period of time.
I'm eating potatoes with spicy hummus.
Having something called the Guardian Angel program, where we would have to have soldiers dedicated to watching our backs at all times, 24/7.
No insurance. It's what I do. Well, all the better then. Like, dude, it's... I don't know why anybody takes these people seriously. I can't lose weight because of my low thyroid. Then why aren't you on thyroid meds? And then the excuses they give you are literally made up horseshit. It's some of the cheapest, easiest to get fucking medication. Right.
To make sure we weren't getting shot in the back. These were known as green on blue incidents. They were profound. They were happening all the time. One of our officers ended up getting shot in the head while he was on a Skype call with his wife, right? The guy ended up walking in to the place where he was making this phone call and shot him right in the back of the head, right? This is not an isolated incident, seeing things like this happen. And it's also not the only time, right? And we are not painting all Afghans this way. I was talking to a man who I signed his SIV paperwork to come into the United States of America that I know is a good, honest, hard-loving, hard-working citizen. A lot of these people have done more for the United States of America than most Americans. However, that doesn't take away from the fact that they were not vetted and that we did have terrorists come into this country. Joe Kent went before Congress and testified and stated that we've had thousands of known terrorist-affiliated Afghans come into the United States of America because they were not vetted. I have interviewed the soldiers and Marines who are on the ground at Kaya over in Kabul, and they will tell you that they weren't even given proper training on the paperwork that they should have been screening before they were coming on the base. And then you had members from the Department of State that would walk up to them and tell them, forget about the paperwork or add different things going on to it. It was an absolute joke. And so, yes, we do need to make sure we're going through, and we do need to make sure that we're properly vetting these people. It's not an attack on the Muslim community. It's just a fact.
But
U.S.
Matt,
isn't destabilizing the Middle East.
You've given some fascinating background there and some color to it, but you've also highlighted, I guess, the problem here and how it gets dealt with in terms of going forward.
Right.
Because there are clearly some Afghan people that were brought back from the war that you believe are good, decent people who served America's interests at great personal risk to their own lives, who I presume you would feel that there's a duty of care to and that they should be allowed to stay. So how do you determine who stays and who is thrown out?
By doing the proper due diligence. People that got on the airplane that had photocopies of somebody else's paperwork have absolutely no business being in the United States of America. And unfortunately, because of Joe Biden, we have to go back and check all of this paperwork to make sure the right people are here in this country. I spoke to one of those Afghans just the other day who's here living in the United States of America, and he's just as pissed off.
I'll unban you if you give me a link to your channel and whatever, and just don't fucking say forbidden things in chat, but I'm obviously not going to do that if you keep trying to fucking tick me off.
As everybody else in the country, because these jihadists are wrecking the United States and are trying to kill Americans. Over inside of Fort Worth, Texas, there was a terror attack that just got thwarted by DPS authorities over outside of Texas. Last year in November, there was 2 Afghan ISIS-affiliated terrorists that got arrested that were going to plan a election day shooting terror attack. They bought hundreds of rounds of ammunition and 2 AK-47s from an informant. And so again, they just got busted and they got sentenced last week. Now, Trump came out on, Friday, and he said on Friday that we're going to be looking over everybody else's paperwork. And then all of a sudden, this terror attack ends up happening, right? So it was a Friday before the terror attack. Trump had came out and said that, and it was 2 days after the sentencing for one of those terrorists. This is not an isolated incident. It's 100% the fault of the vetting of what took place on the ground. Pierce, not just me, but tons of my brothers ended up getting signal messages during the Afghan withdrawal telling us that we'd get paid thousands of dollars if we had an active passport and we could get our butts to the East Coast. That's how piss poor this operation was planned. Right. And so to sit here and pretend like people hanging off the side of a C-17 and falling to their death was somehow a great operation and we managed to properly vet everybody is a joke. It's an absolute joke. Even Mayorkas admitted in a separate interview with Lindsey Graham for a congressional inquiry. Even he admitted there is no way that he can 100% state that we have vetted 100% of these people. Not properly vetted, just vetted. It just didn't happen. It didn't occur.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Appalling acts that has happened.
Advocate, it was very rare to see a Taliban flag flying across the villages. In 2016, trying to claim otherwise is a freaking lie, and it's doing absolutely nobody any good. And those types of lies are what gets people killed inside of the United States of America.
Well, it seems like the U.S. made the problem worse because in your own statement, you said when you first started going into there, you didn't see the Taliban flags. And then by the time, decades later, it's worse. And it's the destabilization, the power vacuum.
Let's talk it. No, it's not destabilization in a power vacuum. There's a power vacuum and destabilization that existed before we went there. That's just a fact, right? The Taliban ran the country. We ended up putting in a government. And the United States government has absolutely zero business, as far as I'm concerned, or most veterans are concerned, going in and trying to conduct a...
She doesn't even understand basic history. The Taliban ended up controlling the government, and the United States invaded. They put in their own government, basically. They established some pseudo-democratic, bullshit government that was friendly with the U.S. What in the fuck is she talking about? And then despite the U.S. Trying their best to bring, the modern world to that fucking shithole of a country, they couldn't, they just couldn't make it work. They couldn't build an Afghan military. They couldn't build a stable fucking government. They couldn't build any fucking infrastructure. And these people were all backwoods fucking idiots who had just helped the fucking Taliban.
a regime change in any type of country. We suck when it comes to nation building. Our record's horrible. Even if we look at Iraq and we talk about what's going on over inside of Iraq and them trying to pass laws for 9-year-old girls to be able to get married to grown men, all right, that's not exactly what I would call a huge victory for democracy, all right? But over inside of Afghanistan, the moment we pull out, we have 6-year-old girls getting married off to grown men. 10% of the girls inside of Afghanistan under the age of 15 end up getting married off. And I think it's an absurd number. It's like 60% or something like that end up getting married off before they're even 18. And this is their family selling them off to older grown men. And don't even get me started on chai boys. To sit here and pretend like we should.
Oh, there we go. Here we go. I don't know about any of that.
Okay, look, I do want to bring. Okay, listen. Hang on.
Dude, I hate these people. They're such fucking total pieces of shit.
Hang on, I do want to bring in. Hang on, Nadine.
Really
I will come back to you. I do want to bring in Destiny. Has been waiting very patiently. Destiny, you posted on X. The National Guards, weren't protecting DC. They couldn't even make arrests. They were sent there to die by Donald Trump and his cronies, so they could rile up the base to distract them from the monumental failing of every single part of this administration. Now, people have criticized you for this because they say it just shouldn't matter whether they were there for legitimate reasons or whether you question the politics behind it or whatever. That shouldn't mean that they are a target for terrorists.
The main point is that Donald Trump is using whatever he can to expand his power over the executive, to send more troops to whatever state or district he wants for no other reason than to just antagonize the population. The idea that you can send 1,000 National Guardsmen to DC or to California, 2 places where he's currently losing federal cases about his authority to even do this, and somehow magically fix all the crime there is the naivety of a 12-year-old. None of what's been said so far about all of the people that were brought here passes any basic sanity test. There were some 77,000 people that came from Afghanistan. The idea that we didn't vet any of them and only 1 or 2 extreme instances of any kind of violence or planned violence has happened just doesn't pass a basic sanity test. Well, where are all of the terrorist attacks that should be happening if we really brought over almost 80,000 people and didn't vet them at all? Also, the idea that there was no vetting whatsoever is contraindicated by the statements of our own government.
Well, nobody's saying there was no vetting, but there clearly has been. Well, they're not saying there was no vetting. No, but hang on, just to be clear,
there's no way.
Nobody is saying there was no vetting. But what is crystal clear is that they weren't all vetted. And what is also crystal clear is that some of the people who were brought over have clearly either were radicalized to start with.
STX $22. Paul didn't just lose muscle mass and got wrinkles and dry skin. He also lost tons of facial volume. That's the sun for you. Yep. And there's not really any way for him to get that back unless he takes growth hormone and maybe does some peptides. Once you lose that collagen in your skin, you're kind of like when you're older, it doesn't come back unless you leverage, again, drugs, peptides. So avoid the sun if you want to look younger and stay looking younger and avoid skin cancer and whatnot. Paul's a fucking idiot. Like, it's just... I don't know what motivates people to do things that they know is going to give them problems, but they like gaslight themselves and everyone else that, no, this is good for you. You know, it's so weird. Thanks for the donation though, STX.
Slipped through the net or have become radicalized since arriving in the US. That is
we
a danger
no idea
to the United States
why
citizens.
This guy shot the 2 National Guard. We have no idea why the shooting happened. Anybody jumping on your Nancy Maces, the 2 gentlemen on this panel.
Okay, then how do you account for the guy last week that was planning on building a car bomb, literally talked about putting explosives...
That's a different case.
It was inside of a car over in Fort Worth and attacking Americans that were against the Afghans and against the Taliban. The reason why you haven't seen massive...
We're talking about the guy that shot the 2 National Guardsmen. We have no idea.
What does this have to do with the guy who shot the National Guard officer?
No. We're talking about vetting Afghans. We're talking about vetting Afghans here in the United States of America. You want to talk about that guy. You don't want to talk about the Afghan that was planning on building
if you want
a
to
car
talk about
bomb.
responsibility,
Why don't we talk about the guy who worked as a clown and was beat up by the mob and then was dumped in acid and then had the permanent smile on his face and keeps trying to annoy that Batman guy? Why don't we talk about that? How do you explain that when you say that there's no problem with the Afghan refugees, huh? What about the Joker?
No. The topic isn't about that guy.
Who was the one who negotiated the pullout from Afghanistan?
You're so far off.
I'm curious. Who negotiated that plan? Who negotiated that plan? Tell me. Can you even say who negotiated the plan? Can you even say who negotiated the plan?
I'll tell you that Donald Trump negotiated the plan, and on congressional record in November, and this comes from the former Joint Chief of Staff, in November, Donald Trump planned to do the pullout. Then when the Joint Chief went to him and told him, no, you can't do that because the Taliban's going to take over, Donald Trump immediately...
You know, I really like the way my legs feel. They feel very sexy. Just muscular, strong, and toned. I really like feeling up and down my thighs and just feeling the muscles around my thighs. It's kind of nice.
Immediately rescinded the order within 24 hours. It was under Joe Biden that he decided to pull out of the country. That is fact. It's on congressional record.
He didn't withdraw
Go look at the congressional
that
record.
Biden withdrew on
You
was
might not
literally
like
on
it,
Trump's
Destiny, but
timetable.
it's a fact.
Are we just here
Yes,
to
the
write
Doha
fan fiction
agreement
and to
was
lie
on it.
about? If we want to
The
just make
Doha
up stuff,
agreement
Dude, these people just... How does nobody know anything?
was on there.
Yeah.
The Doha agreement was done by Trump. Then the Taliban violated the Doha agreement, so we weren't going to pull out. That's why Joe Biden fell into the situation that he did. Now, you might not like facts,
one of
Destiny,
Donald
because
Trump's
they go
chief
against your
complaints was
narrative,
when
but
he
they're
left
facts.
office, the
And it's
military
congressional
ignored his
record.
orders
But hang
to
on.
pull
Okay,
every
let me
single
jump
troop
in. Let me
out of
jump in.
Afghanistan.
Let me jump in. Look, what is inarguable is that when the withdrawal happened, the president was Joe Biden, and he had been for many months. It was on
Who
his...
granted the
Hang on,
shooter
hang
asylum?
on.
Who granted the shooter the
he could have
DC
changed
asylum?
He could have ripped up any plans if he wanted to. He went ahead with that plan, and it was a total fiasco. And we all watched it on live television. Let's not try and let Biden off the hook. He can blame Trump if he wants.
We're not letting Biden off the hook.
I
right
like
now,
holding.
Piers, I don't know
I
what
like
year you
holding
guys are
presidents.
over on in the
Destiny.
UK.
I like to
Donald
hold.
Trump is
hang
the
on.
president right now.
I like to
Donald
hold
Trump
presidents
is the
for account
president.
for what happens on their watch. I think.
Like... What in the fuck? So, Trump gets to say, oh, we inherited the bad economy from, you know, the Democrats. We didn't have anything to do with that. And then, like, he gets to obfuscate guilt and blame the Democrats. But then when Trump sets up, like, the stupidest fucking, you know, pullout maneuver in Afghanistan, oh, just capitulate to all the fucking Taliban, let them do whatever the fuck they want, don't make any demands, release thousands of fucking prisoners, and schedule, like, a fucking ridiculous time to actually pull out all at once. And then Biden has to go through with it. Oh, well, it was Biden's responsibility. It doesn't make sense to blame Trump because, like, you know, buck stops with you. You're the leader. Like, I can't fucking stand these people. Holy shit, man.
I think it's a fair
And
thing
this
to
shooting
do.
happened
Whoever's
on
in
Trump's
power.
watch. Yes? The shooting right now happened on Trump's watch.
Yes, he did. So the question. So the question.
There you go. Oh, is he gonna fucking say Trump should take responsibility for this? He should have known about it. He should have looked into it. Oh, well, you know, this is hard and he's doing a lot of stuff right now.
Question then becomes,
Right.
the question
in the
then
week
becomes,
prior to that, he said we need to. In the week prior to the shooting, he said we need to go through and revet everybody, didn't he? Did he not?
Didn't you just say there was no paperwork?
Didn't he just say that we needed to go through and revet them?
When you said there was no paperwork.
That's exactly how you revet them. I said that they have photocopies of paperwork, and that comes from testimony of Marines and soldiers that were on the ground saying that they were photocopying paperwork, and that members from the Department of State would go up to the soldiers that were on the ground, screening the paperwork, and at times told them, don't even worry about it because it's all screwed up at this point.
Tell Christy to reveal her OnlyFans account, otherwise she's banned.
True or false?
I already banned her again. She's trying to fuck around in chat, and I found out that she was here again.
You can only absorb 30 grams of protein per meal. False. Let me tell you why. There are multiple studies showing that you can absorb far more.
Yeah, we already know this. You can absorb more protein.
Break that up into 100 grams and...
Yeah. It's not... You can eat... There doesn't seem to be any upper limit to the amount of protein you can absorb in one meal.
I would never...
Let's see.
Ever eat McDonald's.
Oh.
These are fried in a number of seed oils.
Brian Johnson is changing his mind on seed oils.
There is a lot of controversy about seed oils. But what is not controversial is when they're heated up to high temperatures, they form aldehydes, which are cancer-causing toxins.
Previously, he did a long post on X.
Yeah, he never mentioned high heat cooking, you fucktard. He didn't change his opinion. And by the way, when people say high temperature cooking creates aldehydes and oils, you have to like heat those oils at high temperatures for very prolonged periods of time, usually multiple times, for like it to actually be a problem. So yeah, if you go to a fast food restaurant that's heated these oils again and again and again, yeah, they're not good for you. If you just take a tablespoon or two of like whatever oil you cook with and just fry it on a pan to make tofu, like it doesn't do anything.
He's talking about how seed oils were fine for humans, but I love that he's changing his mind. There is very, very clear
He is such a lying fucktard, dude.
Evidence. Seed oils, when heated, are very fragile. They break down into these aldehydes, and I have showed evidence.
You're very fragile, and I could break you down into little tiny pieces.
From this in the past, I've showed studies like this one. So yes, and people love to misquote me on this. In some ways, a large French fry from McDonald's is the equivalent of smoking 25 cigarettes.
I'm sorry. No. So, it is clear that NHE is produced during the heating process of frying oils and is incorporated into FF frequently consumed foods containing considerable amounts of NHE. Toxic aldehyde may be a public health concern since NHE toxicity is related to a number of common pathological conditions. Where did he get from that eating one single French fry is the same as smoking 25 cigarettes? Like, I think we know some people, you know, who like eat French fries occasionally and they're fine. And we know some people who are chain smokers who are not fine. They're fucked up. Like they end up getting cancer or heart disease or something when they're like 40. Why does, like, this is just one of the most ridiculous fucking things you could possibly say.
It's good on you, Brian, for changing your mind on this. Seed oils are harmful for you. Do not eat these things, guys. The animal fats that humans have been eating for hundreds of thousands of years.
Humans have not been eating large amounts of animal fat. Ever. Even to this day, you will very seldom ever see tribes people eating large amounts of animal fat. The only exception might be, like the Inuit. That's really it. Otherwise, they're all eating lean game where like the amount of fat they're consuming is like extremely minimal. You know, you're talking about like significantly less than 10% of total caloric consumption. Or you might have something like the Maasai tribe where they do eat full fat dairy, but they also consume like a really low calorie diet. think they're averaging like 15 or 1600 calories per day, something like that. So Paul is, what a fucktard. Like, this guy's, how does anybody take this fucker seriously, ever?
What do you think of this setup, folks?
That's a good cat. Is that your cat?
Now, I'm not sure how long ago was this.
Yeah. You never tried, like, moving your stance out like that, did you?
But I think this is probably before he started juicing
No, this was when I was juicing.
big or so.
Yeah, no, that's when clearance was over a few weeks ago. I'd been juicing. Just camera, lighting, and what I was wearing. Can't tell. Thanks for the donation, though. Richard is a gay-ass faggot.
That was funny when you slammed your fork down because you were tired of me trolling you while you were eating. Much like how the dead weight in your life used to bother you while you were eating over stupid nonsense, eh? It's part of the job, nigga.
Yeah, occupational hazard. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
Can you please tell me if a whole food plant-based diet prevents most cancers based on the evidence, because I'm having health anxiety about cancer. And there are a bunch of carnivores online saying keto starves cancer and I'd what to believe. I'm 25 male.
Yeah, so plant-based diets seem to be protective against all cancers combined. And they're probably most beneficial against breast and prostate cancer. Keto diet does not starve cancer. That's based on some stupid research that these idiots don't know how to actually understand or interpret. Basically, cancer cells, they're extremely, they have a much faster metabolism compared to normal cells. So if you introduce glucose into the body and you use like radioisotopes to track where the glucose is going and everything, you'll find that the cancer cells are metabolizing the glucose much faster than other cells. So these idiots look at this data and say, oh, cancer feeds on glucose. If we starve it of glucose, then the cancer goes away. Well, cancer cells are extremely metabolically flexible. So the only reason you see that effect when you feed them glucose is just because they're more metabolically active. They have higher metabolism. So if you switch your diet to a keto diet, the cancer cells are just going to, again, change their metabolism to using more fats for fuel. And on top of that, they're just going to also grab whatever glucose is available to. It doesn't change anything. And at the end of the day, you can just look at survival rates of cancers, you know, with different treatments. Keto diet does not increase cancer survival rates. So they can say all they fucking want about, like, this diet starving cancer. If it did, you'd see an increase in survival rates, but you don't. So it's all bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Wubby.
That's what ended up happening. Now,
How do you
again,
have, how
you
do
might
have
not
almost
like facts,
80,000 of these
Destiny,
guys over
but they
here
go
if
against
all of it
directly
has nothing
what
to do
you
with
want.
facts? Where are
It's
all
over
of the terrorists
100,000.
here? If there are 80,000 of them,
I just
100,000,
explained it to
77,000
you.
that I saw brought in under this particular program.
Why would
how
you
there
not want them
where are
all
all of the
vetted,
Taliban?
Destiny?
Where are all of the
Are you
terrorists?
not going to recognize
Destiny,
the
why
fact
would
that
you
a guy
not
was
want
planning
them
on
all
building
vetted?
a vehicle-borne IED?
Well,
Are you not going to
hang on, Matt,
just
hang on.
acknowledge the fact there's a vehicle-borne
Hang
IED?
on, Matt. My question for Destiny is, why would you not want all of them re-vetted in light of this appalling attack?
Well, because this is security theater. It's a waste of time to say we're going to re-vet. We're
A
going to
waste of
reanalyze.
time.
It's like when Dove
A waste
said
of
we're
time
going
to
to
Dodo Donatello, she is the fiscal embodiment of SJW. Oh, I think you meant physical. Ilan Omar's daughter, Isra Hersey, says she is now homeless and hungry after being suspended from school for her anti-Israel protest. FAFO. Hersey says her school, Bernard College, just threw all her stuff in an empty lot. She's full of shit. There's eviction policies. They can't just do this. So what happened was she was given an eviction notice, told to leave. I'm assuming it had to have been at least a month. May have even been 3 months. And then they basically get bailiffs to get you the fuck out of there, get your shit, and throw it out. So she just refused to leave, refused to answer the notice, and yeah, she got kicked out. So fucking stupid. It was a little bit frantic. I don't know, where do we go home? What a fucking dumb bitch. Yeah. Jesus Christ. It's funny how her hairline is further back than mine. People say I have a big forehead.
Do other student groups have this kind of target on their back, or do you feel that you are being targeted because of the fact that it is in solidarity with Palestinians and against what Israel is doing to Palestinians?
Oh, this is 100% targeted. Every single protest that we have, there's a...
I hate them so much. If I ever get godlike powers, you know, like, you know, Superman or like Inuyashiki, they're done. They're going to be wiped out. Like, not a trace of them will be left. Not even a single fucking hair will fall on the ground. Just incinerated. They're just such horrible, awful, vile people. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Wubby, donating $2. Richard, are you scared of getting cancer, given that it's a roll of dice and no matter what you do, you can get terminal cancer no matter what, since you won't be able to tell that you have cancer until it's too late? No, don't give a shit. Don't fucking care. If we live or die, it doesn't make a fucking difference. We're all dead anyway, so whatever. As fate demands. I don't know what good it does worrying about stupid shit like that. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, you know? Worrying about shit like that isn't adding to your life, so thanks for the donation, though, Wilby.
I am also in a very good mood, so let's celebrate love.
I
Oh my god.
am
Oh.
in love. I'm in love with my cats. So in love.
Oh.
Madly and passionately in love with my felines.
I also love them.
In love. Hi.
Oh. Joey's so nice. I love Joey. Maui's also good. He's orange like an orange. And round like an orange. But Joey is just so sweet and sentient. I love him. Thanks for the donation, even though.
I wish I had an infinity gauntlet like in the Avengers just so I could wipe those two bitches of the face of the earth.
Yeah, if I had an infinity gauntlet, I'd be like, dumbasses, be gone. And then all the dumbasses would be gone. Dude, like only 8 people would be fucking left. Imagine if you like literally snapped your fingers to like wipe out all dumbasses, and then there's like 8 people left on the planet, and it's like, oh wow, I thought there'd be more. But it's like 2 of my friends and then like, 3 other people and some other dudes you don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Appreciate it. Dodo donates $2. Why would you say diet and exercise are the only thing that matters when it comes to health? Well, not only. As far as modifiable risk factors, like also sleep and the avoidance of recreational drugs, at least certain recreational drugs. And, reducing stress, those sorts of things. And obviously genetics matters. Right now, genetics aren't really a modifiable factor, but they will be. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Well, VG, if we believe the news coming out of Russia, they are doing human trials for a promising cancer vaccine, and I believe Vietnam and China started trials for the same Russian drug. There is also lots of momentum in American pharmaceutical for cancer drug.
Well, yeah, they're already trialing one of the anti-cancer drugs. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Chances are in our lifetime, assuming I don't crash in my sidecar, we'll probably have a cure for cancer. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. If you wiped out all the dumbasses on the planet, how many women would be left? In total count and also percentage, at least one that would be Sarah Payne. Yeah, I guess Sarah Payne. I know there's a bunch of Valve employees that are women. They'd probably live. So you probably got at least like, I don't know, 6 or 7 women. At least. Chances are, if I had to bet, if we're talking about dumbasses, as in like genuine dumbasses, not just like average everyday fucktards, but like actual certifiable dumbasses, you'd see fewer women and more men, just because of the way the bell curve is distributed. So like, there's fewer women that are like complete and utter dumbasses. Like real fucktards, like Candace Owens. Like there's not as many, there's like more dudes who are like Alex Jones than women who are like Alex Jones, like Candace Owens. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. But, in the Republican Party, I guess there's no rules. You got like Marjorie Taylor Greene and shit. Oh. I have to poop. Oh, and Gummy's gonna attack me for food, so good timing. I'm gonna go poop. I'll be right back. I really have to shit. Holy fuck. Oh man, all that hummus and potatoes. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's so weird how we all shit. And our shits are so similar. Like cat shit, dog shit. It's all shit. Never
See
seen
any more being radicalized, given they work.
He really has a tendency to step on my space key. Yeah, come cuddle. Dude, he is so handsome. Just look at his stripes. Oh my goodness. He was cuddling with me in a really weird way earlier. He was like just hanging onto my shoulder. It's really funny. It's a good cat, though.
Blaha.
Let me see. Blaha. Clients in the FBI.
Had a client that needed a response. Yes, I typed that fast. Keep in mind, I've had clients in the FBI. I've had a competitive lifter who is FBI agent. But the issue is because of his work, I had to keep it 100% private. But he did send my best friend a FBI patch.
All right, well, 2 lies here. Or 3. No chance there's anybody working in the FBI who'd work with Blaha. He's clearly lying about it being private because he just admitted to it. And 3, he does not have a best friend because he has no friends. Nobody wants to talk to him ever, anywhere.
He got one of those little challenge coins.
He does not have friends.
You know. But so far, I've had technically 2 clients in the FBI, but one of them we had to keep it super secret because, again, he's field agent. But I coached him all the way through a couple pilots.
Oh, field agent. That's how the FBI works. Yeah, did he train at the farm at Langley?
Coach, your
What a fucktard.
It vacuums as I get leaner and leaner, because as we lose visceral fat and stuff also, I want to be able to really suck that gut in on certain poses if I want to have that classic look.
This is how I looked training this morning at age 48, 210. Not on gear and with loose skin from losing over 100 pounds. No, I don't look like a bodybuilder, but by normal people standards, my body is above average. I don't know how he's coming to that conclusion. Like, does he mean in terms of looks? I don't even know if he's above average in terms of, like, just general health. Like, he's not a very healthy person, just in general. He's been overweight for most of his life. Clearly, did some steroid abuse in the past. Dumb as shit. But, okay, I guess if he's happy with himself.
Look, we need to do that. You know, if I can get down to 190 or 185, nice and lean, 10% or lower body fat, realistically, what's the best thing I could do for my
He'd probably have to be less than 190. There's no chance he'd be 10% at 190.
physique from there? Be to put an inch on my arms. So I'm
Yeah, no. He's only like 5'8" or something. He'd probably have to get down to like probably 170 or in the 170s to be close to 10%.
I want to just keep doing the bicep work now in spite of it having historically been a weak link, and let's just keep hammering it, right? Because a much leaner Blaha, a much leaner ripped Blaha with more arm, right? No one can hate on me anymore. You can't hate on that.
Yeah, it takes effort to maintain biceps as small as Blaha's. He still doesn't train them well at all. I know not everybody is genetically blessed, but I mean, you have to try to be this bad.
So it needs to be the goal. So we're just going to push it, continue to get leaner. Right? I feel like my legs and my back are in a good place. So if I can add muscle anywhere, it would just be to my overall pecs. It would be to my arms. And even though, I mean, we could argue about delts, honestly, and as I'm getting leaner, I'm really in certain angles. My delts are pretty good size. I just have to get leaner. But I did do some rear delt work to look how thick I am there. It's like, man, when I get leaner, we're going to be in a good place. But we have to just keep trimming the body fat down. So again, I'm still at 211. I didn't whoosh at all. But I'm going to push some of this stuff a little harder. You work on body composition, recomping lean gains down in the 190s, whatever we got to do. But I've just got to keep getting leaner, keep getting leaner. And my outreach will be better for it. Let's just be a lean.
And I'm assuming he has not gotten leaner.
Trim, mean, Blaha. Ankles, like the thickness is there. So what happens when we get leaner? What happens if we go down to, 190 or whatever, 195? We get lean, we get abs, we get the waist small. I've got all that thickness there, and I could really see it coming down with that the plate out in front. So honestly, even my arms are better than I realized there at those angles. So to get them a little bigger, but we get leaner, get the waist smaller.
It looks like he has a torn bicep in both arms. It's really weird, like the insertion. It looks like there's a tear or something, but I think he just has ridiculously small biceps.
In a real good place. So keep getting leaner, keep getting more aesthetic. HGH, another.
Wait.
Leaner, keep getting more aesthetic. Leaner, getting bigger. So it clearly works. Again, it's never looked that tight. Leaner and keep running the HGH another year. I think that loose skin is going to get way tighter too. I mean, yeah, granted, I need to lose the body fat.
Did he say he's taking HGH? So not on gear, and he's taking growth hormone. Okay, well, thanks for the donation, G. Dodo donated $2. While you were away, someone was plotting something. Oh my god, really? So he does do that. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. I didn't know he was doing this. I had no idea he jumps on my fucking desk and does shit. Oh, that's funny. I'll save those. Yeah. Is this any different than ordering to strike them once or ordering to strike suspected Islamist terrorists? Let me see.
If they did not see the survivors that were clinging to the wreckage of the boat, that would be potentially something where they could get out of a charge like that. But if they did see, if they were aware, or if they understood that there was even a possibility of survivors from this, their obligation was to disobey that order.
So disobeying that order. So in other words, if they went ahead and obeyed that order, supposedly, presumably, they might be committing a war crime. It could be punished, even though their superior officers had ordered them to do so.
Yes, that is correct. So that is one of the problems that you have when it comes to actually handling the laws of warfare, because sometimes in the fog of war, you don't necessarily see all the things that are going on. So a lot.
My coworker tore both biceps. He got on steroids in his younger years, went ham curling bicep curls, tore both and never got them repaired. Is he like fucking retarded? Bicep tears are probably the easiest tendon rupture to repair, and they heal back extremely well. And they generally heal back stronger than they were before. So why the fuck wouldn't he get his bicep tendons repaired? That's really dumb.
Will depend on exactly what the responses are to the investigations, like Congress has talked about, both the.
So, yeah, this would be no different than getting ordered to, like, strike terrorists. The Trump administration classified these drug cartels as terrorist organizations anyway, but, it entirely depends on why they were ordered to commit the strike, like what information was available that would make them think they're drug traffickers or terrorists. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Are you going to revet every single? It doesn't mean anything. What do you mean revet? What does that even mean? They just said there's no real
you
paperwork.
check their credentials to see if they're here on false credentials, and if they are, that raises a massive red flag.
Why would they have been granted entrance into the United States if they were here under false credentials? That doesn't make sense.
Many of them came in with false documents. That is well known.
No, Destiny, do you know how the SIV program works? The Special Immigrant Visa program works for these Afghans that were coming here to the United States. What they needed to have paperwork-wise in order to vet them. Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. So guys like me who put my name on an official memorandum and said, this person should be here, here's my contact.
He's a Mexican national, probably thought he couldn't go to the ER, talking about late 90s, early 2000s. No speaky English, no insurance. I see.
Information. Now, if somebody sends me an email that says, is this the person you vouch for? And the face looks like somebody else, and I say no, that's how you properly vet them. There's a lot of different ways you can go about doing it. And when there's multiple copies of the same paperwork for different people that ended up coming into this country, somebody's getting kicked out. And when we have somebody that planned on conducting a vehicle-borne IED attack in Texas just a couple days ago that got busted for doing it, you don't think it's important. You would rather watch Americans get blown up and get killed.
You're trying to make the claim that this is an attack
somebody.
that could have. Please stop with the virtue signaling. You only have so much time. You're making the claim that we could have. You're making the claim that we could have vetted this stuff before it ever got to the United States. Again, for this recent shooting, we don't even know what the motivation was. There's no guarantee. This guy had 5 kids and lived in Washington. How are you gonna? What are you vetting for to even know that these guys?
We know what the motivation is for the. We know what the motivation is for the 2 guys in Oklahoma, and we know what the motivation is for the guy down in Dallas. All Afghans here on SI.
I have such a sweet baby kitty. Dodo Donatello's Pierre's argument is basically the same as the people who say we need to make sure people go through training before they can have a firearm. As if that will do anything to stop gun violence, like rechecking the documents of Afghanis who were already vetted. Like, the only thing I could figure is if they have some means of discovering, like, somebody faked their identity and aren't who they say they are. Like, that's the only thing that I could figure that makes any sense. Like, you know, if they can do that, sure. But, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
IVs.
And what would you have vetted for to catch these guys? What would you have
let me bring in Vinny. I want to bring in Vinny.
For?
Let me bring in the others. I want to bring in Vinny. Vinny.
Well, I want to say one thing. With all due respect, I'm not going to call a grown man Destiny. His name is Steven. So, Steven, I mean, Piers, who are we going to listen to? An actual U.S. soldier who's been there, that's been in the shit, or a guy that plays Fortnite? You play video games, you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. How about this, Steven? How about not let...
The proper response is, you play spaghetti, you stay up all night making your grandmother's spaghetti, and you don't know nothing about nothing because all you do is spaghetti.
Zero of them in here. Zero, because we were bombing the shit out of them for 20 years, and you can't vet them. He's actually making a good point. You can't vet them because people have different freaking motives. And out of that 80,000, Steven, you're acting like every day they're going to be bombing and everything. Trump's been in for 1 year. This is the tip of the
Mr.
iceberg,
Tomato Head,
and it's going to keep on happening.
This guy was here for 6 or 7 years.
Hold on, Steven, let me finish.
How many people do you need to see? If there's a single bad immigrant from any country, you ban all of them? Is that the standard crime is zero on every immigrant?
They might be biding their time, Stephen. They might be biding their time, and I'm sorry with all due respect.
Agents.
I don't want to listen to any. I don't want to listen to any.
Were they part of the Senate Rich assassination squad?
Let me finish, Stephen. Stephen, are you the guy that was celebrating the fireman Corey Compouture that was shot? You were celebrating that he died at Butler. You're the same guy that said conservatives need to be afraid.
The only
You're
person
a
that
piece of
celebrates that in the
shit.
United
No,
States is your
Stephen.
guy. It's
I know
President
exactly
Donald
who you
Trump.
are.
It's President
The public
Donald Trump.
needs to
It's
know who
President
you
Donald
are.
Trump.
You're
Who was
blaming.
the shooter on
You're
that? Wasn't
blaming
that guy another
Trump.
registered
Yeah.
Republican?
You're
Crazy how they
blaming.
all seem to
You're
be coming from
blaming
your side.
Trump
You guys
for
have
everything.
nothing to say about it.
Listen, Stephen, you are a scumbag. I don't even know why they're listening.
I need you to
Who
pop
wants to
an
listen to
aspirin
your
or Tylenol?
opinion
I'm worried you're
on
about to have a
any
heart
matter?
attack.
On any matter.
The shades
But
of
guess
red are getting
what?
a little
It's
scary
the
here,
tip of
Piers.
the
I don't know what kind of
iceberg.
liability you
And
guys
guess
have
what?
to show, but-
Vinny,
You gotta lower the sodium content in your mother's spaghetti. You're putting too much sodium in the sauce. It's raising your blood pressure, Vinny. Reduce the sodium in your mother's spaghetti.
Let me ask Vinny a question. Vinny, here's the problem I have with simply saying don't let any of them in, and if they're all here, throw them all out. A lot of these people, as we've heard...
Dodo Donatello's destiny is untouchable for you anymore. You cannot get in contact with him, even though I believe 50% of the problem is you don't try hard enough. You are used to being able to easily join his Discord. Well, you need to try new things, but you're lazy and scared. You need influence. Okay, well, once I win the lottery, I guess I can buy influence. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Heard from Matt, who served alongside some of them. A lot of them are good, decent people who were properly vetted, who have lived in America now for a number of years with their families, committed no crimes, giving no indication they're going to commit any crimes, are not radicalized. And we all know if they get sent back to Afghanistan and they are identified as people that worked alongside US forces against the Taliban, we may as well execute them before they even get there, because that is what the fate will be if they get back to Afghanistan. So I feel very uncomfortable, because the same situation applies to people in the UK. I feel very uncomfortable about these interpreters and other service people who may even have fought alongside our troops, right, who were fighting the Taliban because of this one incident, and others. And Matt's right, there have been others too, but it's a small number so far that we take thousands of people, many of whom, most of whom, would be completely blameless other than they helped us, and we throw them to the Taliban wolves. Would you be comfortable if we suddenly see scenes on television released by the Taliban of them executing all these people who risked their lives for us?
No, I wouldn't feel good, Piers, but you know what? All that aside, I'm an American first, okay? And I don't want one American dying from anybody from another country that we've been bombing, Piers. With all the compassion and that suicidal
But why
empathy
should
bullshit.
anyone...
So he's fine with bringing in immigrants that will kill Americans only if it's from a country we're not bombing. So it's all right if you allow my cousin Vincenzo to immigrate here. You know, he's one of those wise guys. He was gonna plan a hit in New York against one of the people in the city council who was sticking their nose where they don't belong. But America ain't bombing no Sicily right now, so it's okay.
Ever help us again, but Vinny,
because-
why should anybody? But Vinny, why should anyone ever help the United States or the UK in a war again in the way that they helped us in that war against the Taliban if we just throw them all to the wolves and it leads to them being executed? Nobody would.
No, Piers, then guess what? Don't get into these stupid ass wars then. Well, I agree with her. No, I agree with her. Then don't get into these wars,
guy's
Piers.
so
But at the end of the day, Piers, America first, American lives. While everybody was eating turkey and having a good time, think about that girl's family, Sarah's whole family, grieving and burying their damn daughter. I'm sorry, Piers. I am so sorry. As a veteran, as a child from legal immigrant parents that came in through the right process, I'm sorry. I want that many Americans to die. Can you see that number? Zero. So we have to take everybody out and re-vet them. And I actually do agree with Steven too. How are you going to vet? There's no paperwork. How do you know? You just bring them in and go, oh yeah, I trust you. You love America.
All right,
I'm sorry, Piers.
All right,
I'm sorry. It's a shitty situation that Trump didn't start.
Okay, Nadeem, your response to that.
How do you feel about the war he's starting in Venezuela right now? If you want to do no more wars, and you've got Donald Trump on the precipice of trying to do regime change in South America.
So 100%. Steven, are those boats fishermen? Steven, are those boats fishermen? Are those guys fishing?
Now we have the excuses.
I think one thing that's missing from the conversation
accountability for this
is
guy.
the shooters in the U.S.
Okay, let Nadeem speak,
trying to
please.
say stay on topic.
Let Nadeem speak.
No, I think one thing that people.
Am I looking forward to the next Cyberpunk? Yeah, should be good. I really like the, Cyberpunk. I don't know about 2030. That sounds like a very long time. If it comes out in 2030, I don't know. That sounds crazy. Development times are getting way too fucking long for video games, dude. Like, that's nuts.
People haven't focused on enough is the fact that the violence begets violence, that the violence that the U.S. Imperialists, take on abroad will come back to the U.S., whether it's through immigrants or people, whose families go back generations in the U.S. Look at the attempted, Trump, the person who attempted to assassinate Donald Trump. Look at the person who assassinated Charlie Kirk. These aren't migrants. These are people, who've lived here. So the U.S. continuously being involved in violence abroad has only made this situation worse. And there isn't these types of mass shootings happening all around the world. This is something that we see exclusively happening in the U.S. And instead of that being addressed, mental health being addressed, pulling out of wars across the world, we have ICE raids that are basically just a show of force, wreaking havoc on cities like New York City. An ICE raid was thwarted here just a couple of days ago from protesters. And then Palestinian activists like Mohsen Mahdawi, like Mahmoud Khalil, being targeted. So at the end of the day, this isn't about
Nadeem, do you think that
Mm.
do you think that undocumented immigrants in America who commit crimes unconnected to their immigrant status should be deported?
I mean, that's not what's been happening, though. They've been going after
No,
people.
I know.
people.
I have the same concerns about those who have not committed other crimes. But do you think specifically that if they're undocumented and they commit another crime, they should be deported?
I think at the end of the day, these things should, play out in a court of
it's
law.
either yes or no, isn't it? I mean, I just think there is universal agreement pretty much. That, well,
I mean,
not
sure,
universal.
but people are being accused of crimes that they didn't commit.
But if they're convicted of a crime,
accused of a thought crime.
If they're convicted of a crime,
If they're convicted
of a crime,
he was accused of a thought crime. So I'm not going to say that somebody
if they're convicted of a crime,
Mahmoud Khalil should be deported.
Right. Okay, but that's the
First
problem.
of all, if you're in the United States on a visa screaming globalize the Intifada, your ass needs deported, period, end of discussion.
Exactly. This
Would
is
you
why.
like to
This
explain
is
what
why
the
we
first and
can't have
second
this
Intifadas are?
conversation.
Would you like to?
Because they want to say globalize the Intifada is a crime, and that's a
explain
deportable
what the
offense.
first and second Intifada
This is why
were.
your
Go ahead,
question
explain
is
what
a
the first
straw
and
man.
second Intifada were. Go ahead, explain the first and second Intifada, and then we'll discuss
Intifada
why they
means
shouldn't live here in the United
uprising.
States.
Intifada means
I don't
shaking
care
off
what
of
it
oppression.
means. Explain
And a
what it
Holocaust
actually
museum
means.
actually used
Explain what it
Intifada
actually means.
to-
Explain
to
what it actually
translate
means.
the Warsaw
Okay, you
Ghetto
want to avoid the
uprising in
question? I'll
Arabic.
say it for you. It's twice when
Okay, I speak
Palestinians
Arabic. I
decided
don't
that
know
they
if
would
you
go
speak
into
Arabic.
Israel.
Intifada
And I
means
speak Russian. What's your point?
Shaking off of
Okay,
oppression.
and I don't care what it means. It's also what it means
just
in
asked me what
context,
it
right? So when a
means.
Palestinian calls and claims globalize the Intifada, they don't mean globalize the resistance. They mean go after the oppressors and start killing people. Palestinians also believe that the land of Palestine is all encompassing of Israel.
First
So when you talk
Intifada
about
was
occupation,
strikes. It was
and
women's
Hamas,
groups.
and
It was
Hamas
student
is talking
groups
about what happened during the
organizing
second.
protests,
And it doesn't
organizing
matter. They go in and they
strikes.
murder
That's what it
people.
was.
So you're talking about
So
going
you
in and
don't want the
murdering people.
answer. You
That's
just want
what
to
it's actually
contextualize
talking
it in the
about.
way
That
you
is
want
the
to.
answer. No. It's not contextualizing. It's what legitimately happened as part of history.
just-
They went in.
I wish you could make these people fight in gladiatorial combat. Like, say, okay, well, if you're gonna be stupid, then you're gonna have to like fight in a gladiator ring. But if you want to admit you're wrong and full of shit, you can just admit you're wrong and full of shit, and we won't throw you in the gladiator ring.
And they murdered people. That's a fact. They went in and they murdered people. That's a fact.
And
so when
Israel
you're screaming,
has
globalize the
murdered way more
Intifada.
All right,
You're
we're
in the
moving
United States
off
of
the
America. You
topic.
can take your Intifada and
all
you
right.
can go to Palestine
Let's
and you
not
go
move.
kill your own people.
This is why your question
you know what? We'll
becomes so
debate
loaded
the
here.
Intifada
It's
a
because
different
people
time.
like him want to create
We'll debate
thought
that
crimes.
another time. I want to give a final word to Destiny. You've not had as much time as the others. So
Fucking retarded.
what would you finally like to say, Destiny? I mean, I would ask you the same question. This all comes back to the overall immigration policy of the United States right now. It seems to me most Americans agree with the pretty well shutting down of the southern border. They think that's a good...
Dude, this cat has such a big cat head. I love his big cat head. Oh my god. Such a big cat head. Yeah, I love my little cat head. Alright. This looks interesting. An in-depth explanation about why Canada sucks right now.
Oh, Canada. What the hell is going on here? You were once the shining example of what other countries always dreamed to be. A safe, free, prosperous society that allowed every generation to do better than the last. A nation that welcomed immigrants with open arms while still upholding the values that made Canada, Canada. But terrible things are happening.
What are my thoughts on AI? Well, why don't you ask ChatGPT?
In the land of maple syrup, with more and more Canadians now realizing that their beloved country is becoming less recognizable by the day.
Does your area have a lot of Hispanic or Middle Eastern people? Nope, white as fuck. Whitey, white as you can get. White ass, white neighborhood. Filled with whites. Literally nothing but white. I actually think I might be the only, like, black person in town. So yeah, it's pretty fucking white around here.
From a devastating housing crisis to a miserable economy to increasing rates of crime to a catastrophic brain drain to a broken immigration system to a deadly healthcare program, Canada is clearly heading in the wrong direction and closer than ever to becoming a failed state. Unlike most videos that only scratch the surface of one or two problems, this will be a comprehensive exploration into all of Canada's systemic issues that many around the world will relate to. Ordinary people who are hurting deserve real change to a status quo that has failed them for so long. However, serious change requires serious attention. So to understand what's going on in Canada that is making life a nightmare for millions of Canadians, stick around because this is How to Kill a Nation. The year is 2008. Kids are going to their local Blockbuster to see the latest movies like The Dark Knight, Kung Fu Panda, Iron Man, and WALL-E. Meanwhile, their parents are doing great. A couple years ago, the bank offered them a fantastic loan to buy a first-time home that was well beyond their expectations. Or for other families, a loan for a newer, bigger house than the one they previously had. These families continued to make their mortgage payments until one day, they couldn't. Over the course of 2 years leading up to the crash, millions of Americans defaulted on predatory loans and were forced by the banks to liquidate their homes. But because America was and still is the biggest economy in the world, this subprime mortgage crisis, as it's now called, triggered a wider financial recession that led to the largest global economic crash since the Great Depression. But something really weird happened in Canada. In the words of the greatest Canadian band to ever exist, let's look at this graph. Here we see Canada and America's housing prices starting from 1990 and how it's been moving since, adjusted for inflation of course. In an ideal world, people are probably fine with essentials like food and shelter rising in price every year, just as long.
There's actually not as many old-ass retirees here as I would have expected. My neighbor across the street is old as shit, but yeah, most people in town, they're not like retiree kind of old.
long as it moves roughly in line with inflation. Meaning, if the price of homes, groceries, and gas increased 2% this year, that's okay because your wage rose by 2% as well. In this hypothetical situation, that would mean the graph would show both countries' lines staying flat at the 100 level, where the price of housing is growing, but only at the rate of inflation, which keeps the real cost of housing the same. Of course, this obviously didn't happen, and both Canada and the United States saw the cost of shelter increase year by year well beyond inflation. But unlike the US, where real estate fell back to more affordable levels after the recession, the price of Canadian housing never really dropped, and in fact, only continued to go up and up and up. Now don't get me wrong, America's home prices are also way too high right now and should ideally come back down. But imagine living in Canada, where it's this. Among all the countries in the G7, Canada is by far the worst when it comes to housing affordability. To illustrate this issue, let's play a fun game I'll call Guess the Canadian Home. We'll start with contestant number 1.
Yeah, Ottawa housing prices are bad. Like, it's all relative, right? So when you compare it to like Toronto or Vancouver, it's way better, but they're still way too fucking expensive. So, yeah, it's just fucking ridiculous, dude. Just about anywhere you're looking at spending like $1 million on a like halfway decent home. It's crazy.
A stunning 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house with a 2-car garage, a cool kitchen island, a completely open second floor for you to design to your liking, and a nice large balcony to relax and grill some barbecue for just $982,000. Next up, we have the most gorgeous 5-bed, 6-bath villa built just a few years ago, featuring your very own private pool, a conference room where you can maximize shareholder value, a cool looking kitchen with flowers, a close-up of the flowers because why not, a backshot of the flowers because why not, and a children's bedroom, all for $1.3 million. And lastly, we have our third house of the day, a magnificent 5-bed, 3-bath duplex, which means you get the privilege of having someone on the other side of your wall hear everything you do. On the inside, we see some gently used floors that just need a bit of scrubbing, beautiful furniture that can be flexibly rearranged, a room perfectly suitable for living, incredible lighting,
I'm gonna guess this is $3 million.
art heating and plumbing, a well-seasoned bathroom with a sample of the house's interior cut open to remind you of its strong structural integrity, a softly dusted basement to keep the kids and rats sheltered, another room with a big beautiful window to let all the sun in, a second bathroom with 4 unique wall designs, 5 if you include the natural fade from years of moisture eroding the back of the sink, a storage room to fit the ATM you stole last week to afford the monthly mortgage payment for this house, a third bathroom, wow what a treat, with a portable toilet, and a scenic backyard that may or may not contain a dozen
so this piece of shit needs to be bulldozed.
Use needles throughout the site. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to call everything here your home will cost you just $1.8 million.
Yeah, so I was fairly close. So that would be 3 million Canadian. So 1.8 USD is about 3 million Canadian. So there you go. Yep, that's Canada. That's what you can buy in Canada if you're a millionaire.
So which one is the Canadian home? If you guessed contestant number 3, you'd be correct. Toronto is where you'll be paying 50 years worth of wages to have this marvelous half of a house. Oh, but come on, Bofang, that's ridiculous. How is anyone supposed to live in this thing without spending $1 million more and years of red tape to completely rebuild it? Yeah, okay, you're right, let's try again. Here's a beautiful 4-bedroom place with the cozy ambience of a grandmother's home where she overfeeds you and lets you stay up way longer than you normally should. Final price, $1.2 million. Next house, 5-bed, 3-bath. This would quite literally be the perfect dream home with all the space you would need to raise a large multi-generational family for $1.8 million. Finally, we have a modest 2-bed, 2-bath house with a basic interior that gets the job done. This would have been considered a nice little starter home affordable to
Yeah, this is going to be like 3 or 4 million.
Really any young boomer who was working a regular job right out of high school supporting their family. But today, it's 2 million USD. And
yeah, so, 3 million Canadian.
You guessed it, this is the Canadian home, in Ottawa, where it's filled with snobby bureaucrats and freezing for 8 months of the year. And keep in mind, I'm not comparing Canada to developing countries that have dirt cheap housing and way lower standards of living. I'm showing you famous cities considered to be some of the world's best.
All they have to do is just build more. We have a ton of open space. They just have to build more. But they won't. It's great. Great.
best places to live, where the rich and successful want to be. Tokyo, Venice, New York. This is literally just a few miles from the Eiffel fucking Tower. Meanwhile, this is a house in Vancouver, which looks decent enough, until you learn that it's $12 million US. Yes, this old, mediocre home that no one in any normal country would consider special is more expensive than houses in Hong Kong, Dubai, Hawaii, Singapore, and Beverly Hills.
What I'm really curious about, who are the psychotic fuckwits who actually spend that amount of money on any of these houses? I don't get it. Like, it's not worth that much money. You'd think there'd be like a ceiling where like it can't get this high because it's like, okay, like, no, I'm not spending that much money on that fucking house. Like, everybody would be like, no. But no matter how high they go, there's still some psychotic fuckwit who will still like buy these shitty fucking properties. And it just drives the prices up even higher. Because everybody's like, oh, like, people keep buying them. I guess we can just raise the prices higher. It's so fucking weird.
Places with way more prestige and way less depressing weather.
Like honestly, like when you see that piece of shit, anybody who'd buy that fucking house without bulldozing it, they should be shot.
Zero reason why it's so much more expensive to live in Canada compared to all these other cool places. It's even cheaper to just buy your own private island in the Caribbean or Florida. Oh, and the bonus house included is still in better shape than the one you get in Canada. But Bofang, we're talking about the world's second largest country here. How in the hell is housing so expensive when they clearly have no shortage of living space? Well, you'd be correct if you were asking 200 years ago. In fact, land was so bountiful and cheap back then that for nearly a century, Canada gave any immigrant willing to settle west of Ontario 160 acres for free. But most people aren't farmers anymore, and urbanization means that what you think of as Canada is really just 3 tiny zones disguised as a country. Because of this, the nation's urban areas are actually some of the densest places in the entire continent, which kinda makes sense when you realize that cold American cities like Chicago and Seattle are still warmer than the warmest parts of Canada like Toronto and Vancouver. However, it's not actually density that causes Canadian housing to be so insanely overpriced. Otherwise, Barcelona, Taipei, Athens, and Bangkok would all be way more expensive. The real reasons are a lot more complicated, although the result is fairly straightforward. More than 1 in 10 Canadians will experience some form of homelessness in their lifetime. And if you want to find anything for less than $500,000 in Canada, you'll either need to cram yourself in a shoebox or accept the fact that you'll
It's like, it's a weird set of strange conditions that got things here. There's a bunch of like stupid arbitrary zoning restrictions that they made that were fine because, you know, nobody was ever considering the population growth to get to where it is. And then once things started getting ridiculously fucking expensive and boomers were cashing out massively on their housing investments, then the like biggest voting demographic obviously wants to keep the cost of housing up. So every single fucking time there's an election, you have politicians promising to do something about bringing down the cost of housing, but they're obviously not going to do that because their biggest housing demographic doesn't want it. So it just ends up being this like weird, retarded fucking game. There's also another stupid incentive for politicians not to do anything about the cost of housing. Basically, the speculator boom in the Canadian housing market is pretty much the only thing keeping GDP growth in any way, shape, or form positive. We've been right around 1% GDP growth year over year for the last like 10 years. It's been like around 0.9 to like 1.2 or 1.1, something like that. Most of that is just from the speculator housing market. So politicians are also incentivized not to do anything about it. Because if they do, and they actually like make housing more affordable, you're going to see boomers get pissed off and there's going to be like technically a recession. There already is a recession, really. But yeah, because of the GDP thing, there's going to be a recession, and then obviously they're going to get criticized for causing recession, even though they made living better.
You'll be spending at least 3 hours a day commuting for work, or just live in Winnipeg. And people wonder why no one in the country is having children. Whatever housing problems other countries have, which are themselves awful and requires urgent.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for boomers to die. Once the boomers are dead, everything will be better. Pretty much all the world's problems will be fixed. We can buy all the drugs we want because boomers won't tell us, no, you're not supposed to do that. There needs to be regulation. Housing costs will go down because all the boomers that own all the property, they're all dead. Yeah, just everything will be fine. Fucking retarded, man.
In action still pales in comparison to the catastrophe in the true north. So it's no surprise the vast majority of Canadians think owning your own home is a luxury. Imagine, something that was assumed as normal to have just a generation ago is today so out of reach for ordinary people that society now considers it a luxury. Canadians may call this country home, but for far too many, Canada is now a home without homes. And it's not just the cost of housing that's killing the nation. This is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the systemic problems this country faces. It would be one thing to only struggle with affording a place to live, but Canadians are also struggling to afford a life to live. Because combine this housing crisis with a broken economy that results in food, gas, and well, everything being so much more expensive compared to other countries, and you have a nation that has one of the highest household debts in the world with nearly half its citizens struggling to meet day-to-day expenses. But it gets even worse. If you live in a place like California, sure, prices are high and life for many there is painfully unaffordable, but at least Californians get paid Californian wages. Now imagine instead of struggling with California prices on a California wage, we somehow found a country where people are paying for things as if they lived in America's most expensive state, but making less money than America's poorest state. Well, that sick and twisted world is unfortunately reality for millions living in Canada. The home of Hollywood, LA, is known to have some of the most expensive gas in the land of the free. Canada has their own Hollywood in the north, called Vancouver, which is exactly like Hollywood if Hollywood was cold, dark, and rainy most of the year, and so generic of a location that every type of movie possible has used the place as its setting. I'm sorry, but it's just true. Vancouver is the stunt double for every other city in the world. The price of gas up there, after converting loonies to dollars and liters to gallons, is 10 to 20% higher than LA, one of the most expensive cities in the state with the most expensive gas. The BBC conducted an investigation that took a basket of everyday
I'm pretty sure the reason gas is more expensive there is primarily because they add an arbitrary tax to the gas to offset greenhouse gas emissions or something. It's so bad. Like, my God, dude. They just make things more expensive for you. Dude, like, my heating bill can be fucking retarded. I remember I got like a $220 heating bill somehow last year over the winter. Like $20 of that at least was like some arbitrary tax. It was like some carbon tax that the fucking liberal government added. It's like, what is the fucking carbon tax gonna do? It just makes things more expensive. Like, I'm not gonna freeze to death. So it's like, what? Why would you add a fucking carbon tax to just heating? No one's gonna fucking freeze. So it's so stupid. They just add fucking carbon tax to like everything arbitrarily, knowing it's not going to actually do anything to reduce consumption. And they just make life more expensive for you.
Groceries and found that Canada's bill came out to be 33% more expensive than the US and 48% more than the UK. Other reports show that basic staples such as bread, meat, milk, and eggs are all typically more expensive in Canada than down south. The result of this disparity is that about 1 in 5 Canadians today are food insecure. And scurvy, you know, the thing pirates used to get hundreds of years ago? Yeah, that's making a comeback in Canada. Enough where the Canadian Medical Association felt they needed to issue a warning for doctors to be on the lookout for signs of scurvy in their patients. Turns out, the last Saskatchewan pirates are still with us. Perhaps the biggest reason behind these higher prices is the unfortunate fact that Canada has a cartel problem. Not the Breaking Bad type, but the every industry being dominated by a few giant corporations so they don't have incentive to compete type. Imagine you live in Canada. You stop by the Loblaws around the corner to buy some flowers for your anniversary, because if you forgot, it means you don't love her anymore. Next week, you do your big shopping haul at Superstore, where you find some amazing deals like $19 for 4 chicken breasts, $6 for tomato sauce, $20 for cheese, and $8 for chips. A few days later, you go to the nearby Shoppers Drug Mart to receive your prescription that helps you deal with the pain of all these prices. Then the week after, you pick up some more stuff at No Frills to restock on those perishables that just ran out. Throughout this entire time, all the places you went to shop at were just one large corporation called Loblaw Companies Ltd, controlled by a powerful billionaire dynasty known as the Weston family.
I did not know that. I didn't know No Frills was owned by the same company.
See, Canadians are given the illusion that they have plenty of options to choose from, but in reality, 5 conglomerates control the vast majority of Canada's entire retail market, which creates a perfect environment for them to start colluding together to raise their prices. Now that might sound like a crazy conspiracy theory.
That makes sense. Yeah, it's all making sense now. I was wondering why tofu literally doubled in price over the last year.
Until you learn they were caught doing exactly that with bread, which is estimated to have cost the average household roughly $400 from 2001 to 2015. But don't worry, justice was served, with most of them still dragging their feet in court to this day. And meanwhile, Loblaws offered people a $25 gift card to apologize for their fraud. Hey, Loblaws here. We'll be nice and give a fraction of that money we stole from you over the years. And to add insult to injury, we're not letting you use it on anything other than buying more of our stuff. And keep in mind, they had the audacity to defraud people with something as common and blatantly out in the open as bread, and it still took them over a decade to get caught. So if you somehow think they're only colluding over baked goods and not messing with other products that are much harder to investigate, boy do I have a house in Vancouver.
Fucking corpos.
To sell you. And I wish it was just the food, but cartels also control Canada's banks, telecommunications, airlines, and
oh, dude, Rogers is the biggest fucking load of shit fuck assholes. Bell's better, but oh my god, Rogers is just fucking evil.
And so many other industries, which result in Canadians paying higher prices for everything from mortgages to the internet to traveling. Strangely enough, Canada has a problem with both overregulation and underregulation. Overregulation in the sense that the government makes it nearly impossible for companies abroad to compete in Canada, which would actually create an incentive for Canadian firms to make better quality products at a more affordable price. And underregulation in the sense that authorities don't seem to care if industries are consisting of fewer and fewer players as a result of mergers and acquisitions. In fact, just recently, Canada's biggest financial institution acquired the 7th largest in the country. And when it comes to your phone and internet, Canada's number 3 just merged with number 4 as well. In summary, the government seems to be totally fine with large corporations gobbling up all the smaller players to then jack up their prices and refuse to improve their product, just as long as it's a company from Canada. Okay, so we've established that for much of life's necessities, Canadians are often paying more than their neighbors down south. But surely they must be making at least as much as Americans to compensate for these ridiculous prices, right? The truth is, Canada's real GDP per capita has stagnated for nearly a decade, with the country's standard of living on track for its worst decline in 40 years. Median earnings in all 10 Canadian provinces are now lower than all 50 US states, which means they would be the 51st to 60th poorest states in the Union if Trump's wish actually came true. The Economist reached a similar conclusion. Average wages in America's poorest state, Mississippi, are higher than the average in Canada. Even the Fed's own data admits to this tragedy. According to the latest numbers from both governments, the median annual income in the United States is $48,000. In Canada, it's $43,000.
I have a great idea. Let's vote Liberal again. They had 10 years in government and they're fucking making us all poor. Let's vote for them again. They said they're gonna ban guns. Good, I'm a retarded faggot who hates human rights and loud noises.
Fuck, dude. It'll never fucking end.
You might be thinking, $5,000, that's not as bad as you're making this sound, Bofang, until you realize that Canadian number is in Canadian currency, which means it's actually $30,000.
Yep.
Even after factoring in nerdy econ stuff like purchasing power parity, the disparity in standard of living between the two countries is at its worst point in decades. This is, unfortunately, the dark reality of living in Canada. Millions of Canadians paying California prices on a Mississippi wage. As a result of this harsh economic reality, Canada is facing record amounts of its best and brightest leaving her for a better life abroad. Now you might be thinking it's mostly just actors and musicians, right? Obviously they'll have to come to America to make it big. And true, for decades, Canada has always had its fair share of talent go south, particularly in the arts and entertainment field. But now, it's more than just movie stars. It's engineers, athletes, entrepreneurs, influencers, scientists, the media. It's even America's politicians. At every level of society, this international cabal of poutine-eating, milk-bag-drinking Canadians who hide their stench of maple syrup have infiltrated and taken over prominent roles in the American public. Hell, for all you know, even I could be one of them. But there's an easy explanation for this great Canadian conspiracy. The brain drain starts as early as high school, when talented, aspirational kids across the country apply for coveted spots in America's most prestigious institutions. For those of you proud of your Canadian colleges, sorry, but you don't even come close to these academic giants who are busy taking thousands of Canada's brightest students every year, many of whom end up choosing to stay in the US instead of going back. Part of this problem is an expected result of larger neighbors attracting talent, which is as natural as the laws of gravity. But a lot of this brain drain is self-inflicted, coming from years of policies that make the environment for young—
Yeah, Destiny and his community were harassing me for voting conservative. Dude, they wouldn't even give me any fucking room on the gun ban thing. They're like, oh, well, something has to be done. Gun violence is a problem. Oh my god. His audience are they're just fucking gay losers. Like, holy shit, dude. And then they're trying to gaslight me. Oh, the liberals have a great plan for lowering the cost of housing. And then, yeah, sure enough, immediately after Carney wins, his fucking housing minister. Oh, we have no plans on lowering the cost of housing.
Aspirational, talented Canadians unnecessarily difficult. There's perhaps no better way to explain this issue than to look at the depressing state of Canada's national pastime, ice hockey. The only sport where part of the game is to let its players beat the absolute shit out of each other. For those outside North America, the big four major sports leagues consist of the NFL, the NBA, MLB, and lastly, the National Hockey League, often overshadowed and forgotten by its three bigger brothers. What's so depressing for hockey fans in Canada is the fact that the Stanley Cup, the NHL's version of the Super Bowl, hasn't been won by a single Canadian team in over 30 straight years. Here's just how long ago 1993 was. Most baby boomers were still in their 20s and 30s. DVDs weren't even invented yet. George Bush was still president at the start of the year. No, the original George Bush. The Dallas Cowboys were actually a good team. If we were to start at a baseline assumption that Canada and the US are both about as good at playing hockey, the odds of a Canadian team failing to win a single Stanley Cup since 1993 is roughly 1 in 2,500. So it's obviously not all because of bad luck. If it was, you had a better chance of being born with an extra limb than seeing this 30-plus year drought. But it isn't because people in Canada suck at hockey either. In fact, there isn't a single American team without at least a few Canadians in their roster. However, that is actually part of the answer here, because every season, numerous Canadians of the highest caliber jump the border to skate in the US and deliver victories for American teams. Top players considered to be the greatest of all time move down south for better opportunities, more favorable tax rates, and the fact that the good old US of A is just a better place for those who have the talent and work ethic to succeed. Furthermore, NHL teams in Canada don't actually need to be good to survive, unlike their American counterparts. Let me explain. In the US, if your local hockey team sucks and consistently loses over and over again, most people are gonna think twice about going to their games, buying their merch, and maybe even watching all together, and instead choose to support their city's basketball, football, or baseball team. But in Canada, if the Calgary Flames can't even make it to a single final in over 20 years, what are their fans gonna do? Stop watching and start cheering for Calgary's NFL team? How about their NBA team? MLB? Besides Toronto, every other city in the country is stuck with supporting their hockey team, which means stadiums will always be filled, merch will always be sold, and eyeballs will always be on the screen, no matter how dog shit they are. Hockey holds a near monopoly in the world of Canadian sport, and every team up there is essentially an oligarch for each region, pocketing the guaranteed income without ever having incentive to push themselves to the limit, something any team in any sport needs in order to actually win a major league championship. Look, I'm sure every player wants to win regardless of nationality, but if an organization knows that the money is coming in regardless of how poorly they perform, complacency and stagnation become inevitable. Canada's horrendous record in the NHL is just a small but insightful example that serves as a perfect microcosm of the country's catastrophic brain drain, the financial hurdles that incentivize the very best to take their skills and intelligence abroad, the oligopolistic tendencies of so many industries resulting in a lack of pressure for organizations to do better. This issue is grossly underreported since it's not a disaster we can observe within a day, a month, or even a year. Rather, it is a slow-moving, yet fatal problem that can destroy nations if left unanswered. So if you're a top programmer, why use ChatGPT in Toronto when you can do the same in Silicon Valley and triple your income? If you're a gifted kid looking for the best education, why go to the Ivy program when you can study at an actual Ivy program? If you're a brilliant actor, why be limited to Hollywood North when you can make a name for yourself in the real Hollywood? If you're a hardcore finance bro, why overwork to death on Bay Street when you can do the same on Wall Street for twice the comp? Ask yourself this: what are the long-term effects of a society that constantly pushes out its top-performing, most aspirational people to other countries? Well, we already see its result in the National Hockey League, and other industries aren't looking too great either. So maybe if smart, hardworking, talented Canadians have more incentive to stay, and NHL owners, coaches, and even players start having the mentality of, hey, if we don't perform this year, our team could end up going bankrupt. Maybe, just maybe, will there be a day when the Stanley Cup finally comes home to Canada. As you've probably figured out by now, yes, I am Canadian, so everything I've talked about here has not only been researched, but also informed by my personal experience with having to keep up with soaring rent, groceries, and everything else going on in Canada. When YouTube isn't demonetizing my content, I'm humbled and grateful if I'm making minimum wage creating these videos, though truthfully, it's becoming impossible to survive relying on ad revenue alone. There's a reason why most creators just pump out easy slop for the masses. It takes so much less time and effort, and the reward from this platform is often the same, if not better. So if you're enjoying my content and are able to help me make more videos like this, please consider supporting me on Patreon or YouTube. I seriously cannot do this without your backing. Also, if you think these issues I'm bringing up deserve more attention, please.
Would you rather live in an all-female or all-male planet? Well, all-male because, one, we'd have technology, so if you break your leg or get a splinter, you're not just dead. Like, as if women are ever gonna, like, learn how to, you know, harness medicine and science and shit. You could also get your car fixed, and cars would exist, period. Same with motorcycles. So, you know, if you want to live in a society, basically, you'd preferentially, you'd go for the male society.
Like the video and subscribe so the algorithm will show this to more people. Thank you. Although the choice to leave Canada is just like owning a home, a luxury usually only the privileged can enjoy. But how are ordinary folks faring in the Great White North? We know their economic security is getting worse, however, what about their personal security? Is Canada at least becoming a safer place for regular people just trying to make ends meet?
My 5-year-old daughter opens her door, and she comes out of her room in her nightgown, just like rubbing her eyes, and this guy takes the gun off of me and puts the gun right up to her head. And he started slicing my arms.
Guns treated like toys and lives treated as afterthoughts.
This brazen carjacking at a Newmarket gas station while the victim was still pumping it with gas. I've been released from custody after a bail hearing less than an hour before the incident occurred.
That's after police said 4 of those arrested for the recent robbery.
And what's hilarious is, the police will prosecute people who are just defending themselves. They'll let the criminals do whatever the fuck they want. And then if you talk about this with any fucking lefties, like, you know, in Destiny's chat, there's no crime problem. Oh, it's all conservative propaganda. Dude, every fucking apartment I've rented out of in the last few years, at least, like, 2 or 3 people in the fucking building have either gotten their car or a motorcycle stolen. And I've had shit stolen from 2 of my apartments. 2 of my apartments, the storage units were broken into. A bunch of shit was fucking stolen. Thousands of dollars worth of stuff. Like, crime is all over the place. There's so many fucking carjackings. And then these people are going to tell you, there's no crime problem. Like, yeah, there's no crime problem when you're living at your fucking parents' house in some, like, you know, rich suburb. Sure.
This Just 2 days later, another slash and grab. The individuals committing these crimes are violent and are not deterred by the thought of being arrested. The alleged thief drives right at the police officer. This terrifying scene playing out as his wife and kids lock themselves in the bathroom.
From over 3,000 a year between 2014 and 2017, exploding to more than 12,000 cases last year. And residential thefts have risen right on pace with others like carjackings during that same period.
Officers were confronted by as many as 10 suspects. This wild dash cam video shows them attempting to evade police.
88% increase in home invasions over the past year.
According to the walk through the city, just days after such a violent crime, they might not police here. Taking one of these steps.
Police say one of the suspects was on probation, and another had been released after a separate offense.
Some people shrug away concerns about rising crime, understandably assuming it's just the media sensationalizing events to make things appear worse, believing that crime is actually decreasing. But at least in Canada, this couldn't be further from the truth. According to the government's own data, in the past 10 years, overall crime across the country increased by over 20%, and violent crime is up 40%, at its highest level today since 2006. The fundamental issue is that throughout Canada, a small number of mostly troubled young men are committing crimes, getting arrested, and then being released in little to no time, thus being responsible for a disproportionate amount of crime that terrorizes everyone else in society, often harming or even killing innocent people who were already struggling to begin with. The province of British Columbia published data proving exactly this reality. In Vancouver, just 40 people were responsible for over 6,000 police contacts, with each prolific offense.
Animal Liberation donating $2. Let me see.
Allah. 1920s in Egypt as a religious and social organization. It has over the years metastasized to become the largest global Islamic organization in the world, with branches in dozens of countries. It has representatives in various governments and leadership in the world. One of its centers of power is here in Turkey. We were able to get an interview with Ashraf Abdel Ghafer, a major Muslim Brotherhood leader based in Istanbul. Does the Brotherhood share an underlying ideology?
Of course, all of us share an underlying ideology which comes from Islam. You have this ideology, you have the group to fulfill the condition of this ideology, which is in Algeria or in Chad or in Berlin or in Malaysia, in Finland, in America, in Russia, in Mozambique, in South Africa, and everywhere is the best for everyone.
We're talking about a group that has as its ultimate goal an Islamic State that dominates the whole world. All the groups that claim belonging to the umbrella of the Muslim Brotherhood share this common ideology.
The Muslim Brotherhood have aggressively tried to expand their global influence by sending an unknown amount of proxies into countries around the world. Dr. Mohammed Akram Adluni is a Muslim Brotherhood leader with whom I have corresponded with by phone, email, and text over 50 times during the past 12 months. He wrote an extremely influential memo that lays out the Brotherhood's goals and strategies, both across the West and in the US specifically. The Ikhwan, Muslim Brotherhood, must understand that their work in America is a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within and sabotaging its miserable house by their hands. Of all the nations in which they operate,
dude, I love how these people will literally tell you that they're scheming to destroy the society from within and they're taking advantage of immigration. And then when you bring up the fact that they're doing this, oh, you're Islamophobic. Everyone's so fucking gay and retarded. Dodo donate $2. Let me see. Apollo 16 astronaut and moon landing denier. Oh my god.
And was known for climbing Mount Everest and got an award or a medal, and everyone. I was hired at companies as their CEO for having climbed Mount Everest. And somebody came along and started saying, you didn't do it. It was filmed in a TV studio. I certainly wouldn't fly and make an airport change and stay overnight in a hotel and go to podcast to defend that I'd climbed Mount Everest. I wouldn't waste my time. So why are you here?
Me?
Yeah. If you walked on the moon, and it's so obvious that you walked on the moon, I wouldn't fly anywhere to debate somebody whether or not I walked on Mount Everest if I did. So why are you here?
I'm here to tell my story. He asked me to come and share my story. Did I walk?
Dude, this guy is a fucking cunt. Holy shit.
Walk on the moon. And I did walk on the moon. The evidence is overwhelming that we landed on the moon. And so I've told my story for the last 50-something years, almost, or whatever it is. We landed in 72. So I have been asked to share my experience by reputable people, and so I do that. And I am not lying. I landed on the moon, and the evidence is overwhelming.
Well, actually, the opposite is true. People can say anything. The evidence is not overwhelming.
What is evidence?
Hang on, hold on a second.
We'll
hold on a second, Bart.
We'll get
Hold
into
on.
that.
Let's lay out some more of your evidence.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you retired a general, right? Okay. What was your security clearance?
Top secret.
Okay. So when you have a top secret, you're not allowed to tell your wife or your children, right?
What?
Whatever the
He doesn't even know what that means. Oh my God.
secrets are. Whatever secrets you have as a top secret clearance, if you told your wife or your children, you would be violating your oath. Is that right?
In the military, that's true. But
Okay.
NASA did not have us swear an oath that we are lying or not lying.
I understand. But the point is, you have top secret clearance, and telling your wife or your children would be violating that oath. So your oath to the corrupt United States federal government includes lying to your wife and to your children. Now, there are 100,000 trials every year in
This guy literally doesn't have any evidence that the moon landing's fake.
America. 90% of the people are guilty, and yet 100,000 people raise their hand and swear that they're telling the truth. So does every Nazi war criminal. They look like benevolent grandfathers.
Most people in court are not guilty.
And yet they go smiling through life and denying to the very end that they committed these crimes, which they did. Now, if you're willing to lie to your wife and to your children, why should we believe you?
Believe me about what?
Well, you just said you're willing to lie to your wife and children to keep your oath to the corrupt federal government.
Doesn't have to lie about anything. He just doesn't have to share a fucking secret.
So if you're willing to lie...
I'm not lying to them. I'm not lying to anybody. I'm telling them the truth. I landed on the moon.
Just because somebody has, I don't think it's fair to say, just because he has a top secret clearance and he's under an oath to protect government secrets, that doesn't mean that he is inherently a liar.
I understand that.
And he also said
that
that
shows that he is willing to lie to his wife.
This is like me telling a friend, hey dude, I can only tell you in confidence this. I don't want it to get out, but I'm gay. I just wanted you to know because I needed to get it off my chest. And then like your friend says, all right, don't worry, bro. I won't tell anybody. Is he lying about everything from then on? Like, it's all he has to do is just not share that secret. That doesn't mean he's lying about anything.
And children, and if he's willing to do that, he's willing to lie to the rest of the world. So that's my point. No Nazi war criminal.
This guy is like genuinely retarded. Like can't even fucking think retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Did you see this? Why does Trump literally blame anything on Biden for any bad he does? Lol.
You sent me...
thing is you. This up here. How are you? And spanking new Lexus SUV. How is that possible? Integrate into the same...
Illegal immigrants and...
Nobody... Yeah, you didn't link me anything about that. Thanks for the donation, Andrew.
The Islamic domination of the U.S. is seen by the Muslim Brotherhood as the Holy Grail. Like their expansion into Europe and Asia, the Brotherhood has a very specific agenda for undermining the U.S. political system. They use the same playbook as they have in Europe and elsewhere, sending representatives across the US, which they see as a morally decayed nation and ripe for achieving their goals. Nidal Mohammed Sakr was placed by the Muslim Brotherhood inside the US and has been here for years. Nidal was recruited by Abdullah Azzam, a mentor of Osama bin Laden and a co-founder of Al-Qaeda. He recruited him into a paramilitary cell that conducted terrorist operations against Israel. Nidal was personally acquainted with Osama bin Laden. Nidal now lives in the gorgeous and sun-soaked Huntington Beach, California, in a condo a few blocks from the ocean. He escaped into the US after being sentenced to death by an Egyptian court for allegedly murdering a police officer. He is now free to frolic on the beach.
Dude, what the fuck?
And call for the killing of President Trump, as he did in October of 2017.
The way Muslim Brotherhood
Holy
exists
shit.
and operates is the following. They do have those general guidelines and approach and school of thought. However, each chapter deals with its own realities and challenges and very specific circumstances. Like, for example, in the US is different than, for example, the UK or France or some other places. So you operate from within like the environment that you're in.
I'm a gender separatist. Women should have their own independent communes far away from males. Oh my god. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Literally, nobody would get any work done. Everybody would be fucking bickering and complaining at each other. Nobody would take out, like, the trash, garbage, like, do any dirty fucking jobs that men do. You wouldn't have any doctors, any lawyers. Oh, man, that'd be fucking hilarious. Yeah, if women lived on their own in separate societies, they'd, like, it would just literally all go to shit.
And in a way that's most fit.
Oh, that's funny.
You work from within the system
from within
to
the
rise
system,
up.
from within the system.
How successful is that approach?
Andrew kind of lifts on each other. Sorry, I accidentally sent my story law. Restricted video, can't see it. Thanks for the donation, Andrew.
Approach right now.
It's very, very successful.
Is democracy a good tool to help create and grow Islam around the world?
Why not? Why not? I don't think there is any morals in America. If you say and don't practice, there is no morals.
So is Islam in America the solution to this problem?
In America, what is the problem? Islam is a solution for everywhere. Why? Because there is a standing morals.
Is one of the goals of the Muslim Brotherhood to actually overthrow the United States?
Yeah, definitely.
The U.S. has been a target of the Brotherhood for many years. Many of its members founded some of this country's largest Islamic organizations, including CARE, the Islamic Society of North America, the Muslim Student Association, Students for Justice in Palestine, the Muslim American Society, among many others. While some of these groups deny current involvement with the Muslim Brotherhood, many of the same founders are still involved with these organizations, and they seem to share the same philosophical underpinnings of the Brotherhood. The Muslim American Society, which has 40...
Dude, this is crazy. Like, they really should just stop Muslims from immigrating, full stop. It's just nuts.
42 chapters in schools across America recently released this incredibly disturbing video on their Facebook page from one of their schools in Philadelphia. Is there affiliations between
Holy
the Brotherhood
fuck.
and, let's say, the U.S. Islamic institutions like CARE and the Muslim American Society? Do they work together?
They are carrying the same ideas.
CARE, the American...
Yeah. They're carrying the same ideas.
Their core organization still has, in a sense, these ties. And with people from the Muslim Brotherhood, they host official Brotherhood representatives in their conferences that they hold inside the United States. So these guys are Brotherhood. It's very clear that there is a tie.
I was born here in the U.S. and, you were
born in the U.S.?
I was born in the U.S. and
Was the accent Southern?
No, I was born Northeast. I was born in Providence.
They matured in the sense of developing the best language to talk to Westerners.
Yeah, he's from fucking
especially
Egypt.
people on the left, where they frame.
Andrew kind of lifts on each other's fuck. Hopefully this works now.
A phone call, yeah.
You've made so...
Can you talk a little bit about the strikes and the controversy around Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth?
I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe him 100%.
So you don't know if there was
You're talking about the two men?
The second strike to kill the two men.
No, he said he didn't do it. He said he never said
Would you be okay with that if he did?
He said he didn't do it, so I don't have to make that decision.
Mr. You've made so clear how you want to keep drugs out of the U.S.
Right.
Can you explain more about why you would pardon a notorious drug trafficker?
Well, I don't know who you're talking about. Which
Juan
one?
Orlando Hernandez.
Well, I was asked by Honduras, many of the people of Honduras, they said it was a Biden setup. I don't mean Biden. Look, Biden didn't know he was alive, but it was the people that surround the Resolute desk, surround Biden when he was there, which was about very little.
So, care to explain why Biden had an interest in setting up the president of Honduras? Does he have any rational reasoning for this?
Little time, and the people of Honduras really thought he was set up, and it was a terrible thing. He was the president of the country, and they basically said he was a drug dealer because he was the president of the country, and they said it was a Biden administration setup. And I looked at the facts and I agreed with them.
What evidence did you share that he was set up and that he wasn't?
Well, you take a look. I mean, they could say that you take any country you want. If somebody sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life.
President, can I just clarify, do you think the U.S.
And that includes this country, okay? To be honest, I mean, if somebody does something wrong, do you put the president of the country in jail? They said it was a Biden setup. It was a Biden administration setup. And you have a big race going on this week, next week.
He's good at making things up and just saying Biden did it. Thanks for the donation, Andrew. Fat Dong McGee donated $2. Let me see.
Abdullah works at a large
We've
grocery
already
store.
Reacted to that yesterday. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Frame their problems as one of struggle against imperialism, against Western domination, using terms that are acceptable to the leftist Western mind, basically.
How closely is the Brotherhood working with the leftist and liberal organizations?
They're my backers and they're my defenders in political circles.
So the left really, you have an alliance with the left in the United States?
The left would be natural ally, of course. They were our backers and supporters.
All women, by the way. You look at those crowds, overwhelmingly women. Fucking dumb bitches don't know what's good for them. This is why you need men running society.
And actually, coalition partners. I mean, now Republican Party actually is basically Heil Hitler kind of party. You know, it's even worse than the Jewish pro-Israel.
Yeah, right. You'll find out about Hitler when the Muslims are in control.
In some ways.
The Holy Land Foundation was once the largest Islamic charity in the United States. Its supposed organizational mission was to fund humanitarian programs for Arabs in the Palestinian territories. In reality, it was a front organization for the Muslim Brotherhood to help finance Hamas's terrorist activities. In 2009, the founders of the organization were given sentences of between 15 and 65 years in prison for funneling $12 million to Hamas. Among the unindicted co-conspirators listed by the prosecution was a who's who of major U.S. Islamic leadership, including CARE, the Islamic Society of North America, the North Islamic Trust Fund, and many others.
Yeah, of course.
Even multicultural Europe.
They're all in on it. They're all in on it. Like this bullshit, not all Muslims. All of them. Fuck you. It's literally all of them.
Waking up. In 2015, the British government, alarmed at the radical influence of the Muslim Brotherhood, ordered a governmental review of its beliefs, goals, and activities.
Do you think they support the Muslim thing because they want to have sex with the men? Heard someone propose that idea. Probably not, because when you look at dating statistics, they tend to be like the least desirable men. So probably not. It's just It's the woke lefty communist fucking retard brain rot horse shit. So, like, the best way I can characterize it is the right wing has dumb dad logic, and the left wing has dumb mom logic. So with dumb dad logic, you'll have things like, oh, we shouldn't have universal health care because everyone needs to pay for their own health care. That's your responsibility. Even if you can prove that it saves more money, it's more cost effective for everyone, it's more efficient, works better, like better in every way, you'll have dumb dad logic people say, well, it doesn't matter, it's your responsibility. And then with dumb mom logic, like the left wing, oh, everyone needs to be loved, everyone should have an opportunity, not all these people are bad, and even if they are, we can show them the right way and change them. Like, it's just the way these fucking fucktards think. It's just ideological thinking. That's all it is. It's not like, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with some, like, weird, petty motivation, like, oh, those dudes are hot, I want to have sex with them, bring in the Muslims. Because you can just look at, like, dating statistics. Fucking Afghan dudes are not slaying it on the dating market. So it's just ideological. It's just the way these fucking idiots think. Oh, man. Kenny, Big 5-3, much love, vegan gains. Also, can I be your friend on stream? Oh yeah, 53 months. Thanks, man. Sure. You can be my friend on stream.
In Great Britain. Its conclusions were alarming. The Muslim Brotherhood has been willing to use violence and terror. They defend suicide bombers and the killing of civilians. The Muslim Brotherhood in the West uses doublespeak, softer language in English, and delivering a radical and violent message in Arabic. They have a significant influence on the largest UK Muslim student and national organizations, ultimately concluding that the
on Steam, yeah, sure. Steam.
Muslim Brotherhood's ideology and tactics
Steam.
are contrary to British values and in conflict with its national interests and security. One of the pillar Muslim Brotherhood beliefs is an embrace of violence and terror. They not only advocate for terrorism, but their franchises have engaged in terror around the world. Hamas, one of the world's leading terrorist groups, is a direct offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood. With full support from the Brotherhood leadership, Hamas is one of the most prolific terror groups in the world, and is not the only Brotherhood branch of terror. Qassam and Liwa al-Thawra in Egypt, Isla in Yemen, and Hizb al-Watan in Libya are also groups who wield terror as a weapon to promote the Muslim Brotherhood's ideological goals.
How can you call that terrorism? I mean, that's heroism, actually. Heroism.
All the groups that claim...
How are these people living in the United States?
Belonging to the umbrella of the Muslim Brotherhood share this common ideology.
I have to have a weapon against this weapon in order to kill.
Whenever you have evil, you're supposed to stop that evil. What if you could not stop it, like, by peaceful means? I mean, what do you do?
I would be...
I guess strap a bomb to your chest and go...
hard-pressed to find an organization within the Muslim Brotherhood umbrella organizations that rejects violence.
While the leadership of the Brotherhood are unquestionably radical, I went to the streets of a Muslim Brotherhood stronghold in Cairo to meet with the rank and file and see if they hold similar views.
Do you think that America's influence on the world is good or bad?
America is sucking the blood of the world. I know the US is burning mosques. I know that they're trying to convert Muslims to Christianity around the world.
Was Osama bin Laden and the Muslims responsible for 9/11?
Osama bin Laden was made in America.
Laden worked for America.
Osama bin Laden was made in the USA and paid for by the Jews. Osama bin Laden is a figment of the American imagination.
So Osama bin Laden isn't real?
Osama bin Laden was not real. I know the Jews are the ones controlling America. The Jews have a certain amount of control throughout the entire world, but America they control completely.
Why do you think the Jews control America?
America's $200 billion debt is owed to the Jews. They are controlling the whole West.
Pretty sure
Jews
it's
are
the
responsible
Chinese.
for all the wars. They plant the seeds for all of the wars.
You like Breaking Bad? You like Game of Thrones? You know, what kind of TV shows are you watching?
I like The Valley of the Jewish Wolves.
I don't know that one. Can I get it on Netflix?
As we were filming, a crowd began forming behind us, and there were
Yes, my favorite TV show is Gang Rape Underage Women. I like that show. It has 12 seasons here in Pakistan.
threats of violence.
There's a tension going on in the air, and I think we should leave.
President Obama.
I think we should leave.
Nidal Sakar, like
These people are cowardly fucktards.
most Muslim Brotherhood leaders, attempt, poorly, to sometimes sound moderate, but just keep the camera rolling and it all comes out.
Muslim Brotherhood, I think it might even outlast the United States as we know it, because it seems that the way the United States is going right now.
Or maybe replace it.
Well, look at it right now. I mean, with this Trump thing and the division that you have in America and people killing each other and, getting on each other's throats and acting like vulgar and barbaric.
Like, dude, it's so funny. If Islam worked and it was like a better, base structure to form a society, why in the fuck do all of these Muslims hate each other, fight each other constantly? They're all fucking poor, and the only wealthy Muslim nations are ones that literally dig money out of the ground with oil. None of them get along. None of them, cooperate, do anything with each other. They all hate each other. They're all dysfunctional, insanely corrupt, and just completely fucking retarded. My God. Oh, if something doesn't work, you'd think you'd figure out it just doesn't work. Do you think women secretly want to be ruled by men? Yeah, they do. There's so many women advocating for these terror groups. Yeah. Yeah, dude, it's it's just silly. You'll have dumbass, crazy fucktard faggots like Hassan, who promote terrorism, but I mean, Hassan isn't the most manly person, and he does come from a Muslim background. There are far more women that you will find advocating for terrorism than you will men advocating for terrorism. If we're talking about normal Western fucking people. And it's just because women have the dumb woman brain logic or the mom brain logic. Oh, I can fix them. They're just hurt deep down. We can change them and we can help them. And they're also suckered into all the TikTok propaganda, with the fucking Palestine movement.
As we see it right now, whatever the U.S. is doing to the rest of the world, the U.S. is going to face. It's going to face definitely. What goes around comes around. There's no question about it. It will definitely come back, and when it comes back, it's going to be ugly. A revolution is coming. It's not going to be green. It's not going to be peaceful like Arab Spring. I guarantee you that. It's going to be bloody. From my perspective, because I'm a little bit more quote-unquote radical in my approach, if seeking justice, that makes you radical, or being radical is a good thing.
There's a goal.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Let your radical freak flag fly.
God bless radicalism.
What does his problem with America really boil down to?
The American way. Some of us are completely against it, or like the opposite to it. You know what? I would believe somebody like Osama bin Laden 1,000 times over somebody like Trump or FBI or CIA. At least, live your life for a purpose. And if you die for that purpose, then you had a good, meaningful life. You have nothing to regret.
One of the most successful and worrying projects initiated by the
we don't like how American make their apple pie and all their pie so big. We only have small pie because we can only pick so many dates. That is why we need to kill all Americans so that you make smaller pie.
Muslim Brotherhood is their radicalization of prison inmates. Then FBI Director Robert Mueller, when speaking to a Senate committee, describe the radical Islamist conversion machine operating throughout U.S. prisons. How widespread is the Muslim Brotherhood?
It's just the Muslim thing to do. Like, they've been doing this since the days of Prophet Muhammad. They're all retarded, unproductive fuckwits. So rather than actually working and generating their own wealth, they just try to steal it from other societies. So, like, again, that's why the only wealthy Muslim nations, they're nations that are just living under oil or over oil. These people want to invade the United States, take it over, all this shit, because it's just what they do. It's the only way to make money, right? It's just a financial incentive. Animal Liberation donated $2. I've heard tankies say that capitalism has killed more people than communism. Well, that's a cool story. That's why everyone flees communist countries to come to capitalist countries, right? Because they're more likely to die fleeing communism, which is fucking retarded. How would you respond to that? Well, that's how I would respond to that. It's just dumb, retarded, fuckwit cope, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
Brotherhood's influence in the U.S. prison system today?
There's an extensive amount of influence by the Muslim Brotherhood into the prison systems within the United States.
This is Patrick Dunleavy. He's the former Deputy Inspector General of the Criminal Intelligence Unit for the state of New York. He has also worked as a consultant for the FBI.
The U.S. prison system is fertile ground for Islamic radicalization within it by inmates.
And the Muslim Brotherhood's primary vehicle for this radicalization is their near monopoly of choosing imams in U.S. prisons. The Brotherhood-affiliated imams make up the vast majority of Islamic clergy in U.S. jails and prisons.
Over 75%
Dude, prisoners are fucking stupid.
of the chaplains within the U.S. prison system have some sort of sympathetic following towards the Brotherhood. They're preaching a form of Islam that moderate Muslims would call radical.
The Huffington Post reported an estimated 35,000 to 40,000 inmates convert to Islam in prisons each year, and that 15% of the total U.S. prison population are Muslim. The net effect of the radicalization going on in our prisons is dozens of attempted and successful terrorist attacks that were perpetrated by former inmates. The Muslim Brotherhood would have you think that they are a moderate...
Dude, why can't we just admit that Muslims, like, just need to not be allowed to immigrate here? They're such a huge liability.
Offender averaging 54 convictions. That's a few dozen people being responsible for over 2,000 convicted crimes. And remember, we're talking about convictions, which represent only a fraction of criminal charges pressed, which represent only a fraction of crimes reported, which represent only a fraction of crimes actually committed. So in reality, the amount of misery and violence these 40 people are responsible for is exponentially more than just the number of convictions on their record. And this report, along with others, show the exact same thing happening across every other city they analyzed, revealing just how crazy Canada has become. Here's a real-life example of what I mean. On Sunday, a man tried to steal someone's car while they were still in it, got arrested and charged with attempted vehicle theft, and was immediately released. Huh, he must have thought. That was stupidly easy. So on Monday, the very next day, he assaulted a woman, stole her Tesla, crashed that Tesla into 2 more occupied cars, and then tried to steal another vehicle as he was running away. The police...
Let me guess, they let him out again.
Did their job as usual, arresting him for the second time in a row and charging him with multiple offenses. Then he was released that very day again. At this point, he's thinking...
Yeah, that's what they do here. That's what they do.
Boy, is it a wonderful time to be a criminal in Canada. They're absolutely allergic to stopping me. So 24 hours later on Tuesday, he broke into someone's home while they were still there and robbed them. Now, if you think the legal system finally did something reasonable after 3 straight days of committing crimes, you clearly don't understand this country, because he was released on bail yet again. It's now just as easy to get away with Grand Theft Auto in Canada as it...
Dude, that is absolutely fucking psychotic. And then, again, the lefties will gaslight you. Oh, there's no problem with crime. They're not just letting criminals back out on the street. Oh, dude, it is so nauseating trying to, like, communicate with these people. They're like they're just living in a completely different world.
It is in Grand Theft Auto. And this isn't just one fringe case. There are so many more examples that it would take forever to even go through half of them, ranging from people constantly getting caught and let go so they can continue robbing random citizens, to criminals with dozens of violent convictions being freed so they can go on a murder spree in their local communities. A man stepped out of his home as he was calling his fiancée and was beaten and brutally stabbed multiple times, inches from certain death. Police investigators later informed the victim that it would take years for the perpetrator to be brought to trial. And even if it went to trial, he almost certainly won't get any jail time, just like many other lovely people. Which means someone who knows where you live because he saw you step out of your home, knows your face because he was busy stabbing you to death, and knows your name because his horrific crime actually made the news this time, is allowed to walk free, stressing you out for the rest of your life since he could come back any day to finish the job. That's fair. At the same time doctors in the hospital were working hard to save an innocent man's life, the attacker was let go. That's Canada for you. A country where the criminal gets released before the victim.
Bro. The liberal government. The liberal government.
To be clear, the solution isn't to just become a totalitarian police state, nor is it to make the same errors other countries make, where far too many are locked up for things that didn't harm anyone, while not nearly enough funding is provided for mental health services and treatment for addiction. But surely we can find something between jailing people for having weed and getting 0 prison time for stabbing an elderly man to death, or dismembering your grandchild's mother and burning her body to hide the evidence, or driving through a residential school march and hitting 4 people with your pickup truck. Oh sorry, there actually was a punishment for that last guy who was yelling racial slurs and screaming that he didn't care if he ran over children. He can't drive for a year. Also, surely there's a solution where we don't have to allow dangerous men who have violent criminal histories be released on bail just so they can kill more innocent people. The definition of insanity is someone doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. The definition of Canadian insanity is allowing someone to do the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I'm sorry, but if the police already arrested someone 10, 20, 54 times, but cruel, elitist, morally corrupt judges continue to allow the same few people make life miserable and unsafe for everyone else, Canada has gone criminally insane. Much of the insanity covered thus far is unfortunately exacerbated by one particular policy that's been rather controversial. Canada's
Dodo $20. I'm skeptical of this video. Can you fact check it? I don't think a murderer, let alone a serial killer, was let free on bail in Canada. Well, he wasn't a murderer, just stabbed the fuck out of somebody. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Broken immigration system. From the very moment European settlers arrived on indigenous soil, the continent of North America has always been a land of immigrants. We'll skip over the first half of history when explicit policies were made to exclude certain races from being able to immigrate, with perhaps the most notable example being when they forced Chinese people to pay a head tax for decades, and then just outright banned them from immigrating at all. It wasn't until 1976 when
how about we just do that with Muslims?
Canada introduced a points-based system that focused on the merit of each potential immigrant, assessing factors like their education, age, skills, language proficiency, you know, things that kind of matter. Unsurprisingly, this new framework resulted in decades of a consistent yet controlled stream of young, smart, talented people from all corners of the world contributing to Canada and assimilating in society. Up until recently, Canadians have been more or less satisfied, and often even proud of the fact that they were able to be a country which welcomed newcomers while also ensuring those already there were prosperous.
Yeah, and now, I'm Harmush. I come from Syria. I killed 7 Jews. Can you let me in the country? I probably won't get a job, but I might work at Walmart for a week. And then they give them a visa.
Spring too. But here's where Canada's problem started, because at the same time the country was doing so wonderfully for its permanent immigrants, they also introduced a worker program that brought in high-skilled people to temporarily fill certain holes in the labor market. This initially made sense, and there wasn't even a need for the government to have a limit on the program since these professionals were only required on a case-by-case basis. But to keep a long and overly complicated story short,
Sengoku $20. What really triggers me is when toxic women victim blame men for not going to therapy. Therapy doesn't do shit, just a way to vent about your issues. Therapy is just pure nonsense. A rational person would actively find solutions, not seek attention in toxic therapy or toxic empathy. Well, you can find therapists that will actually help you get solutions, but like that's rare. That's like, you know, unicorn. So yeah, therapy is basically just geared towards giving women some who are just dumb attention for no reason. Thanks for the donation though, Sengoku.
This original, well-meaning goal of carefully allowing a limited number of specialized workers to fill in genuine gaps across the economy slowly morphed into a mess of different programs riddled with loopholes corporations are exploiting to create a permanent pool of cheap, unskilled labor that's disrupting virtually every major industry and fundamentally changing the entire economy. Now for the temporary workers, this is great. An opportunity to be in a country where even working at Tim Hortons can pay more than some of the most prestigious jobs back home. And for employers, it's even better. You no longer have to deal with hiring Canadians who are used to silly things like a living wage, or safety protocols, or workers' rights. You can push these foreigners around all you want because what are they gonna do? Complain and risk getting sent back? And most importantly, for the government that allows all this to happen, the campaign checks will keep rolling in because corporate backers love having a near unlimited supply of cheap labor they can exploit. Oh, and bonus points for being able to call anyone opposed to this racist. To be clear, you shouldn't be blaming the immigrants. They're not the ones who created Canada's policies, and the nation's housing, cost of living, and overall economy aren't failing because of them either. But immigration, permanent or temporary, when done wrong, adds another layer of stress to these areas that make existing issues worse. Yet bad policies can still survive as long as there's benefactors to the status quo. It benefits the immigrants because they can make more money than they did back home. It benefits the corporations because they have a never-ending stream of labor to take advantage of, and it benefits the government because they can continue being funded by lobbyists while also claiming their virtuousness. The only problem is, it doesn't seem to particularly benefit those in the country who are least economically secure, who have the least representation in society, and who have nowhere to go to voice their unheard cry for help. Many of these Canadians, who formed the backbone of the nation, who used to be proud of sharing this land with immigrants, are now saying, yes, this land was made for you and me, but to a degree. Despite Canada being known as a land for all to live, not all who live there wish to do so. Literally. Euthanasia is the medical practice of intentionally ending life to eliminate suffering. In recent years, several countries have begun to legalize the procedure, and the subject is being debated by many others. Now, it's quite easy to see a reason for some form of euthanasia to exist. Imagine Grandpa Joe being 93 years old with stage 4 lung cancer that spread to the rest of his body. The doctor estimates that even with all the treatments available, he still only has about 6 more months to live. At this point, every single day for Joe is a painful, living nightmare, and he doesn't want to spend his last moments dying in horrific agony. Most people here would agree that, assuming Grandpa Joe has capacity, he should be able to tell his doctor, hey, I've experienced this life for long enough and know what's ahead of me, and for that reason, I'm out. However, Canada takes things a step further. You see, their euthanasia program, known as Medical Assistance in Dying or MAID for short, was first introduced in 2016 and much like Canada's immigration system, has concerningly expanded over the years. At first, MAID was only provided to those with enduring and intolerable suffering, whose death was reasonably foreseeable. In plain English, that's people who were physically suffering and dying soon. But in 2021, Canada passed Bill C-7, expanding MAID to allow people who did not have a reasonably foreseeable death. Additionally, this controversial bill came with a provision to allow people with mental illness access to the program by 2023, but was postponed twice now as a result of opposition by organizations, doctors, and politicians. Even the United Nations Human Rights Council voiced their concern, criticizing the bill for giving people access to MAID who could have instead received adequate services and proper living conditions which would enable them to have a better quality of life. Testimonials from people's experiences with MAID show a deeply concerning picture about the government's inability to properly administer the program, while also shedding light to the dystopian conditions of a healthcare system and housing environment that millions of Canadians experience every day. For instance, a 51-year-old woman with multiple chemical sensitivity, a condition that affects nearly 1 million Canadians, desperately tried to find a place to live within her budget that didn't have cigarette smoke and other strong chemicals, begging local, provincial, and even federal officials to help her. No assistance was provided, so after 2 years of being unable to find affordable housing for her condition, she decided to apply for MAID and was promptly approved by the very government that ignored her. Christine Gauthier, an Army veteran and former Paralympian, was trying to install a wheelchair ramp in her house for 5 years when Canada's VA suggested MAID as an alternative solution. A few more years later, she spoke out yet again.
Oh my god. I want to install a wheelchair ramp so that I can get up the stairs easier. We can't do that, but have you considered killing yourself? Oh my god! What? How does that happen? Holy shit! Oh, that is crazy. Oh my god!
because it still hasn't been installed, pointing out how it's taking
Holy
longer than
shit.
7 years to put a ramp in her home, but if she took their suggestion to be euthanized, she can get approval in just a few weeks. Multiple
my
other veterans
God.
have also been offered MAID unprompted when discussing treatment for PTSD. A doctor suggested MAID for a woman's
Dude, isn't AI, like, giving these suggestions? I want a wheelchair ramp. No, like, consider killing yourself. What?
child with cerebral palsy, and when the mother refused, was told she was being selfish, all while the daughter was listening. Someone in Ontario who was about to be homeless was approved for MAID despite explicitly saying, "I don't want to die, but I don't want to be homeless more than I don't want to die." Fortunately, a GoFundMe raised enough money for him to avoid homelessness, and he decided to withdraw his MAID application, which again was approved like he was literally gonna die. Entrapment is the act of inducing someone to do something they would not have otherwise done. Unfortunately, not only are there no laws against MAID being proposed to patients unprompted, but Canada explicitly allows doctors to suggest euthanasia to people who would have otherwise never even considered leaving this world. It is incredibly disturbing that when people are often at their darkest and most vulnerable point in life, someone is able to go to them without any indication of that person being interested in dying and say, "Hey, here's an answer to all your problems." And if all this wasn't enough for you, the government's committee responsible.
Yeah, if I go to the hospital and I mention to the doctor, yeah, it kind of burns when I urinate. Huh. Have you considered killing yourself? This is nuts.
For working on MAID is now recommending that kids should be able to get euthanized, with their parents consulted where appropriate. Not always consulted, but only when they decide it's appropriate. Also, think about the type of person who feels the need to use the term mature minors when referring to children. Those are the people literally running this country. Now, to be fair, the majority of cases are almost certainly done properly, for people with terminal illnesses who probably should have the right to access MAID. But it's clear that even in its current form, without the mental illness expansion, far too many people who are already struggling in life are inappropriately being offered MAID, despite the fact that they had no intention of dying. It's also clear that far too many lives are ending because of society's inability to provide the adequate services and care needed to live a life worth living. My best friend recently chose to leave this world, which is perhaps why I am acutely aware of just how much pain a community feels every time someone is taken too soon. Canada and California began their euthanasia programs in the exact same year, in the exact same month. Both places are English-speaking, multicultural democracies. They have an incredibly similar religious composition. Both are known to hold relatively progressive values. Their populations are basically the same. Based on all this, you'd assume that roughly the same number of people are being euthanized. But no, Canada euthanizes not 10% more, not 20%, but 1,600% more people every year compared to—
Really? Holy mother of a fuck, that's actually a lot of people.
To California. Tell me, Canada, is this something to be proud of? The fact that MAID is growing faster than people's incomes? Double-digit increases every—
Bro, that's funny. So this, like, doctors can recommend you kill yourself because you can't get a wheelchair ramp installed, but they won't let you own a fucking firearm to defend yourself. Like, this is silly.
Single year since the program started, that 1 in 20 Canadian deaths are now due to MAID, that people in Canada are being euthanized more than anywhere else in the world? No. I believe it reflects a deep failure in a country that cannot improve the conditions of its people to ensure something like MAID remains exceptionally rare. A system that is far sicker than the individuals who seek to escape it. But the government is choosing to take the easier and cheaper path. Rather than build an environment where people can thrive, create an ultimate solution where they're made to die. You may come away with the impression that I believe—
it honestly seems like they're motivated to do that so that they don't have to deal with paying for social services. It's fucking nuts.
Canada is a fundamentally bad country, but this couldn't be further from the truth. Even before its official founding in 1867, it was Canada that was the promised land and heaven for hundreds of thousands of slaves yearning for freedom, risking their lives to travel north through the Underground Railroad. In the Second World War, it was Canada, despite being an ocean away, who immediately joined to defend against the Axis powers that aggressed upon humanity. And in the decades that followed, it was Canada that became a shining example of a nation able to ensure both the freedom and well-being of its people. So no, for most of its history, Canada has actually been a rather good country. However, like every country, Canada has both its highs and lows. We just so happen to be at a low point, but it wasn't too long ago when things were a lot brighter. In fact, I would argue that most of us can still remember when Canada was a great place to be, when Canadians could be proud in knowing that their country and their lives were getting better, not worse. A time when homes were still affordable, not an impossible luxury. A time when immigration was adding to Canada, not disrupting the lives of those already there. A time when, it's crazy I have to say this, people who served to protect the nation weren't being asked to end their lives by organizations who should know better. And believe it or not, that time when Canada was all this and so much more wasn't too long ago. It's 2010. Canada was selected to host the Winter Olympics. By this point, interest in hosting the Games was falling throughout the world because of increasingly frequent scandals and exorbitant costs plaguing recent countries. Even in Canada, known for its polite and optimistic attitude, a small but loud minority were protesting the decision for the Games to be held in the country, voicing reasonable, familiar anti-Olympic arguments that it'll go out of budget, cause chaos and trouble for the local population, and result in facilities to go abandoned. And when the 2-week-long event began, it seemed the pessimists were going to be proven right. The very first day started with a tragically fatal accident during training, casting doubt on the competence of Canadian officials managing the Games. Later that evening, in the opening ceremony, the famous tradition to light the Olympic cauldron went painfully wrong, further embarrassing Canada in front of more than 1 billion people watching. By the end of the first week, Canada had only won 3 gold medals, a disappointing amount for a host country that is kind of known for its strength in winter sport. But then something magical happened, won by
Stephen Harper's a bit of a weirdo. Like, he wasn't a bad prime minister, but he was, like, fucking insane. He had some of the most, like, weirdly regressive conservative beliefs of all time. Just fucking hated trans people.
By one, Canadian athletes across every competition started winning gold. Figure skating, skiing, bobsleighing, speed skating, snowboarding, curling, so much gold in fact, that on the final day of the Olympics, with ice hockey being the last sport to finish, the world realized that if Team Canada are able to win this final game against Team USA, the country would earn 14 gold medals, achieving an all-time world record for most gold medals won at a Winter Olympics. So on the biggest stage, for the most important game in the most Canadian sport, the nation stood tall, determined to prove the world they could emerge victorious against all adversity. Instead of playing for American teams in the NHL, Canada's very best came together to show what could be possible if the country did things right and were able to retain their own homegrown talent. The game started off fantastically for the Canadians, with Jonathan Toews and Corey Perry putting Canada ahead 2-0 against Team USA. The Americans fought back hard, however, with Ryan Kessler scoring an amazing goal, and then with 30 seconds remaining, Zach Parise clinching a miracle shot that now forced this final into sudden death overtime. Every second here can make history, with both teams performing under the greatest of pressure. The world is now on the edge of their seats, watching 2 remaining countries fight tooth and nail to determine who would be the very best. Then finally, after 7 minutes and 40 seconds of the most intense, high-stakes overtime in the entire sport's history, Sidney Crosby, the Canadian Golden Boy, scored what will forever be known as Canada's Golden Goal. And this, my friends, is when I believe Canada shined its brightest. Complete strangers high-fiving, dancing, and hugging their fellow citizens. People joining each other with glowing hearts, singing the national anthem with pride. The streets noisy and crowded, but in true Canadian fashion, still respectful and safe. Oh, and the pessimists were proven wrong. Canada was on budget, an overwhelming majority of Canadians were glad to have hosted the Olympics, and the facilities built for these games continue to be used by the local community to this day. From far and wide, 80% of the entire Canadian population had their eyes glued to the game, making it to this day the most watched event in the country's history. This was a time when all of Canada came together, united, showing the world their very best. When 96% of people surveyed felt proud to be Canadian, numbers you will now only see in North Korea, when the loonie was often more valuable than the US dollar, so you felt like a millionaire buying stuff from abroad, when people and businesses alike still had confidence in the country, when the median rent was $760, so I wouldn't have needed to ask for your support to create more content for you to enjoy. I'm serious, these videos are impossible to continue making without your help. When crime was at its lowest point ever and only continuing to fall, when the Canadian standard of living was rising faster than its peers. This was the true North, strong and free. This is the country.
And then Justin Trudeau happened.
I knew and loved. This is the Canada Canadians deserve. Life was far from perfect, and so the solution isn't to go back to the past, but it is to take inspiration of what the country got right and strive toward building a new golden era, one even better than before, with a people so
just build more homes and let people shoot criminals. That's all we fucking need.
resilient, generous, and hardworking, and blessed with immense natural resources on a land glorious and free, Canada's potential is limitless. Throughout my entire video, I deliberately chose not to mention a single politician's name, because these issues, regardless of who
This guy's a fucking idiot. This guy's a fucking idiot. This guy's a fucking idiot.
created them, transcend the petty politics of today. Individuals come and go, but problems don't just leave with them. So if there's one thing I want Canadians to know, it is that this country is in your hands. And if there's one thing I want
Perry, it's so weird.
this country to know, it is that Canadians will fight for you and save you. Oh, Canada.
That was a good video. Yeah, Canada's fucked, dude.
More separation between the
That was the funniest thing ever. She wanted a wheelchair ramp installed. They told her to kill herself. Oh, it's so good.
heads, and that creates the illusion of a more... The fifth tip is to lift through a variety of muscle lengths. Real quick to get everyone on the same page. Okay, tip number 6 is to pick the right progression scheme for the right exercise. We all know that progressive overload is the key to keeping a muscle growing. You need to add a little more stress to the muscle each week over time. If you keep using the same weight for the same reps week in and week out, the muscle has no reason to keep growing. But there is a slight problem with progressing on shoulder exercises. Isolation movements like lateral raises are really hard to overload. If you start with 15, you need to make sure that your progression scheme actually matches isolation exercises like lateral raises and rear delt flies. That linear progression won't work because you'll quickly match to it. The next week, do that same weight, but this time for 3 sets, you won't even be able to machine and run a progression. Side and freedom of workouts make
Stopping my pussy. You're good for nothing. You're a loser. You're trash. You are exactly what men need to avoid. What are you in fact good for? Men out there,
AVG, how are you? You don't look like you're enjoying yourself today or any days recently. I'm not a doctor, but I can tell when someone isn't making use of a good life. Have you ever thought of killing yourself? Maybe consider it. Take care, buddy. End it.
Yeah, that's what a doctor would tell me here, apparently. Thanks for the donation, less is more.
I want you to point to a channel if you want to learn to be a better man. The channel's called Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. Bro knows what he's talking about. He's found tons of information.
Oh my god, what are you, retarded? What's the best country to live in besides the US? Is it Germany or Japan? Do you want to be poor? Do you like not having freedom of speech? Like, what the fuck? Who the fuck would want to live in Germany or Japan?
And I highly suggest you go and give him a follow.
Men being sick.
Apparently you like being broke.
I hate men being sick. It's the worst genre of man. Yeah, get your shit together. We gotta go to Mew Mew on Sunday. Yeah, we have plans. Sundays are for Mew Mew. For the House of Mew Mew. The House of God. The House of Gods.
Oh, the man is depressed.
I don't care that my husband is depressed, that he's sick, that he's essentially in hiding. He needs to be a real man and get on with his life. Really. And so that's how you're going to treat your man. Imagine being Akash right now, being bombarded with all the messages, seeing his wife go on podcasts, essentially tearing him apart, embarrassing him, and he has to just be a man and put up with it. Newsflash, that's not being a man, that's being a simp. And to all the men out there, you need to stop letting women control you.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. All right, I woke up this morning
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
You're not talking about like Somalia, where you have a congressman goes around telling everybody about our Constitution, and yet she supposedly came into our country by marrying her brother. Well, if that's true, she should be a congressman, and we should throw her the hell out of our country.
Do you stand by that claim of calling Tim Walz retarded?
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with him. Absolutely, sure.
You don't think
Do you have a problem with it? Anybody that would allow those people into a state and pay billions of dollars out to Somalia. Yeah, there's something wrong with Walz.
When you talk
Oh, dude. Like, it's just... He's such a fucking asshole, but he's also so hilarious. Like... Nowhere else are you gonna get politicians that are as entertaining. Like, the one exception was Toronto's crack-smoking mayor. Rob Ford was great. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Extremely thankful. Thankful for the day. Thankful for you as my audience. So many.
Is this the best that you can get?
Posted 16 hours ago, right? Continuing to brag of the pay pig tendencies that she utilizes for.
And so it seems like all she cares about is bragging about how much money she's able to get out of her husband. Look at my bracelet. Look at my purse. Look at all the money he's spending on little old me. And what do I give him in return?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Well, perhaps a quick handy.
Not even any pussy.
Every now and then. Now, I'm not going to give him affection. I mean, I won't kiss him. I won't certainly put my mouth there, but I don't have.
That is horrendous. Bro, he could, like, put that money into actual whores and get a lot more out of it.
Have to. And cook a meal.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. How come you're so handsome? How come you're such a handsome baby? My God, you're beautiful.
Are you kidding me?
If I don't even have enough discipline to work a 9-to-5 job, what makes you think I have enough discipline to get all the groceries, get all the ingredients, prep all the ingredients?
I couldn't even keep a regular job. And last I checked, marriage certificate doesn't involve me doing anything for my husband. But remember, if the roles were reversed and she were making all the money and he wasn't, she would have forced him to sign a prenup.
She don't give a ish what y'all say or how much she is embarrassing him.
$20,000, $30,000 purses, bracelet, that's like nothing. I expect this every single month.
And Akash not only has publicly addressed everybody on the internet calling his wife a gold digger.
Akash, he addresses the hate. People saying your wife's a gold digger, that you could do better. He doesn't believe it. He gives a sob story saying, this isn't true. I know that there's no woman on earth that could possibly love me as much as her. Really.
You could pay a prostitute in Thailand to love you more than your wife. She thinks you're disgusting.
If that's the most love you can get, I'd stay single. All the while, she continues to despair.
Yeah, the one thing Greg is based on is relationships.
Belittle her husband on other podcasts. And so it's not as if she saw the error of her ways and perhaps said, you know, I got carried away on the podcast. I thought if I said these things that people would like me, that I would be famous. But since that time, I've reflected and I'm not going to do this again. No. She doubles down, making things worse.
We had to talk about something that happened to Akash, you know, this week.
I was bullied.
You were bullied, bro.
I was bullied, yo.
You were bullied. You were disrespected.
Was he to his defense? My personal opinion is we're not bullying a...
Dude, it's fucking crazy how these dudes can't just wake up when, like, especially when it's that blatant. Like, she is literally the, like, cartoon caricature of the fucking bitch who just wants you for your money, you know? And then, like, this idiot can't fucking see it. It's nuts. Makes no sense.
Akash, we're bullying his wife. We're saying, Akash, this is not okay. She's mistreating you. She's disrespecting you. And you need to do something about it. That isn't bullying. Bullying is your wife. She's bullying.
I don't know why people don't just get cats and then jerk off to hentai. Like, it's the perfect system. You want love and cuddles, there's your cat. And then when you want to, like, whack off, you just watch hentai. And then you don't have to worry about whining and complaining, except from the cat. And then all you have to do is give him food. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? Yeah, you whine and meow for food, but that's it. That's the only complaining he does. Yeah, cats will complain for food, but that's it. As long as they get their num-num, they're okay. As long as you get your num-num. Oh, this is a sleepy kitty. She's getting a little sleepy. It's getting close to Gum Gum's bedtime. It's almost time for Gum Gum's bedtime. Almost that time. Not quite yet, though. I love you, Gum Gum. It's a good baby. Oh my goodness, it's a good baby. He's so soft. Oh my goodness, he has such soft fur. Oh. So soft and pillowy. Oh my goodness. Why is Japan bad to live in? Because they'll steal all your money and you'll be broke. Houses and food are cheap. They're not cheap when you look at the average income in Japan. So, everyone's getting old and they're going to steal all your money so that they can give social benefits to the elderly. So, if you want to get all your money stolen through taxes, Japan's a great place to live. They're also massively overregulated. If you hate bureaucracy and red tape and filling out forms and laws and regulations, Japan is one of the most craziest, insane countries for that sort of shit. And same with Germany. Like, all of Europe is pretty much cucked and pretty shitty, but again, they just steal all your money through taxes and then give it to immigrants. Sengoku, donate $2. Let me see. Oh, this fucking dipshit.
Being able to lift all of this weight, not being able to do this. Bodybuilding strength, man, is not real strength.
Guy's such a fucking dork. I don't know why you'd have to do that gay calisthenics thing. I guess if you were in that Resident Evil laser tunnel thing, it would be useful. But I'm pretty sure most athletes would get most benefit from like having good deadlift strength, not being able to do that weird calisthenics move.
Topic is, how strong should you be as a man? In my opinion, as a man, you should be able to bench 225. I don't know where this 315 shit started. 315 is for advanced lifters. If you're a
Yeah, I would say the bare minimum for a man should be 225. That, like, you probably have to do a bit of training and be relatively consistent in order to get 225. But it's not that hard. 315, yeah, for most people, you're going to have to be pretty advanced. And then, like, 405 or more, like, that's to the moon. Like, you know, you're in the top, like, 1%, if that. Like, probably top 0.1%, really.
able to hit 225, you're strong. Fuck what everybody talking about. But you could get a lot stronger. If you stop being a bitch, you bitch ass nigga. So
True. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
You. We're trying to help.
So we had to stay on her friend's couch for almost a month. We were basically homeless for a month. I remember thinking, I don't know if I'm going to be able to marry this girl because I'm so broken. I'm in such a bad place and it's a dark fucking time in my life. But I know I will never find a girl that loves me this much ever again. And I will never find a girl
Dude, what a fucking idiot.
who rides for me this hard ever again.
And so, bravo. You told us a story. Whether it's true or not, we don't really know, but this is what I do know. It's possible that at one time in her life, she wasn't a gold digger. It's possible that at one time in her life, she did in fact love you. She cared about you. She was perhaps your ride or die. But a lot of things can change in a decade. Women change, you change, people change. And so just because she was in love with you at one point in time doesn't mean she's in love with you right now. And
my husband broke up before we got married, and why it ended up being the best decision we ever made. For those of you who are new here, hi, my name is Jasleen. I'm a stay-at-home wife, but I don't cook or clean because I don't feel like it.
Jesus Christ. What he doesn't mention in this story is that she dumped him. Remember, he says, I didn't have any money, but yet she stuck it through thick and thin. We stayed together, and so how can she be a gold digger when she loved me and was with me when I'm poor? What about the part where she broke up with you because you were poor? Did you mention that?
And my husband is a full-time stand-up comedian, and he buys me lots of nice things.
But now your husband is rich. You don't...
Yeah, I don't know if this guy's like full-on delusional, or he might like be getting like mega gaslit by this chick where he's being manipulated into believing these things when none of it's actually true. So that does happen. Sengoku donate $2. Kind of have a busy work schedule at my job due to it being the holiday season, so I can only train twice a week. What's the best way I should structure my training? Should I lower the sets and focus on intensity, or increase volume with less intensity? Lower the amount of sets with higher intensity. And try to get just more you know, body parts in. I don't know what your split is exactly, but if it's like you know, full body split, yeah, just lower the sets to maybe one or two per exercise or per body part, and try to just hammer the intensity as hard as you possibly can, and just fit whatever amount of training you can into each session. Hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Oh, there goes Gum Gum. What's Gum Gum up to? Oh, there he goes.
Do anything for him, and he buys you lots of gifts. You won't cook, you won't clean, you won't give him physical affection, and so does that not look like a gold digger to you?
Yeah, she's a bitch.
Perhaps you were not a bag. Perhaps I would.
Like, dude, she's such a bitch.
And everything came to a head when my mother-in-law came to visit us. I was being very distant because of everything we were going through. Akash was very stressed, and I think she kind of internalized it like that I was being big towards her, or passive-aggressive towards her. It was a huge fight between all of us. Basically, Akash did not defend me, and I was like, okay, I don't know if I can be in a relationship with this person anymore.
Because he's not making a lot of money, remember? Her and her mom are fighting.
So because he was not making a lot of money, she was upset at him and acting like a bitch. And then her mom got pissed off at her and started fighting. And then he wouldn't defend her for acting bitchy. And then she was thinking of breaking up with him because of that. Like this, bro, she uploads this on the internet. Like, how is this guy still with her?
Because he isn't making a lot of money. And so because her and her mom are fighting,
this is like
she breaks up with him. You're making. Or does it sound like a gold digger to you?
So the man was literally at the...
He's literally the LeBron James of fucking simps.
Lowest portion of his wife, and you were being, quote unquote, you said it, not me, bitchy.
And so you became bitchy, and what did you then do? And then I'll get back with you.
I can only think that Akash, who has called himself ugly previously, wanted to show off his wife because her aesthetics to him would demonstrate him winning in life. Sort of like him walking around with a trophy or a badge of honor.
And so what you may or may not know is that Akash encouraged his wife to go to social media, but I'm certain he didn't expect her to belittle him. He likely thought, you know, I'm having so much fun. I'm a famous comedian, and I want to share that world with the love of my life. And so he introduced her to the world, encouraged her.
Indian men are more likely to do this stuff. I had the impression that India was like pretty rapey and they kind of like abuse women a lot there. Isn't there like a meme that dolphins have more human rights than women do in India? It's kind of surprising that like Indian dudes would be simps.
her to start making videos. Was perhaps thinking, you know what? My wife is really hot, and what bigger flex than a man to show his loving wife to the world to say, look who I'm with. The woman you're with is a reflection of yourself. He was proud of her and wanted to show her to the world. The problem is, you give someone an inch and they take a mile. And so by giving her this rope, by helping her, she then exploited him and took advantage of him yet again.
Akash's wife, wanting to be a social media personality, gave Akash haters, in my opinion.
And so he brags to the world, here's my wife. She's a virgin, as was I when I got married.
She was not a virgin.
This is a win. I mean, what? Her best friend's husband, and then he has a 10-incher.
So Akash hasn't been doing shit for Happy this week because he's been sick. So
Dude, fucking retarded. It's crazy how you can be that much of a fucking simp. Okay, we're gonna play Marvel Cosmic Invasion in just a minute. I just have to take another poop. My tummy is filled with used food, and I have to poop it out. So I will be right back, ejecting the used food from my ass. I'll be back in a minute. I did a poopy doopy. Dude, we're gonna play She-Hulk. She-Hulk in this game is so fucking sexy. She's got a nice, thick, muscular derriere. Hell yeah, dude. Oh look, cat wants to annoy me.
How can a guy have a spaceship, brand new Nova Force powers, but can't hold on a job?
Attention, Richard Rider. It is critical that you pay attention at this time. Training simulation starts now.
Let's go, World Mind!
Double tap left or right to sprint in that direction.
Richard Rider, this guy, he moves kind of like a girl. I don't know, there's something feminine about his, like, stance, posture.
Press the attack button multiple times to combine your attacks. When getting hit, fight back to recover part of your health points. If your hero is able to fly, double tap the jump button to take flight. Press jump again to cease flying. Press the power button to use your hero's unique ability.
Ah, fuck you.
Tap the swap button to change heroes.
What's the swap button? Oh. L.
Swap to break an enemy's hold or chain impressive combinations.
Let's go, Phyla!
Okay, that's neat.
Hold
It's
the
got like a
swap
tag
button
team.
and tap any other action buttons to summon your teammate for an assist attack.
Strike swipe!
Press and release the special attack button to perform your special move.
Energy's low. Energy's low.
So. Oh, there we go.
Beware, this consumes focus. Regain focus by fighting your foes.
Focus levels are rising.
Join forces with your teammate by holding both the swap and special button. Press the defense button to block or dodge. Blocking heroes can parry
What's
if
the
they
defense
block before
button?
an adversary strikes them.
What it? Oh. Wait, how'd that not,
Nova block!
Oh, I see.
Rocket
So it's like something that you have to time. Fucking She-Hulk. Oh yeah.
She-Hulk.
Dude, she's so sexy. Beta Ray Bill. That would be kind of cool. I like Spider-Man. Rocket Raccoon's really awesome. Wolverine. Ghost Rider's fucking sick. Who should I pick? Kind of leaning towards Beta Ray Bill, Rocket Raccoon, Wolverine, or Ghost Rider. What do you guys think? I really like Beta Ray Bill. What do you guys think? Is Dodo still here? Or did he go to bed? What does Dodo want me to play? Not sure to pick. Ghost Rider looks really cool. I do like Rocket Raccoon. He's always cool. Beta Ray Bill or Ghost Rider, Beta Ray, Alien Pecker Bill. Seeing more Beta Ray Bill. I think I'll go with Beta Ray Bill. Yeah, I do like Wolverine. I don't know. It's hard to choose. Rocket Raccoon? Seeing more Rocket Raccoons now. Dodo donated $2. Would you agree with this? Let me see. At 54, I can confirm every age feels too late until you get to the next one and you realize you were a child. 22, thought I was behind. 30, I thought I'd missed everything. 40, I panicked. Now I'm just getting started. Time is a scam. Nobody knows what they're doing. Yeah, pretty much. I have some idea what I'm doing, and I don't really worry about it too much. I don't feel like I'm too old or anything. So I think I'm good. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Maybe I should just put in a poll in chat. Let's see. Fuck. Let's see. Wolverine. Beta Ray Bill. Rocket Raccoon. Ghost Rider. There we go. I'll let you guys decide. Oh, you can, I think you can palette swap. Yeah, oh, neat. It's kind of weird they don't give you, option for, like, the classic cut. Well, I guess that's close. Huh. Why not Black Panther? Well, I'm not gay. It looks like Beta Ray Bill's winning by a fucking mile. Alright, we'll go with Beta Ray. Beta Ray it
by
is.
The power of Stormbreaker.
A mighty evil is waging war across the cosmos. A nihilist has emerged from the depths of the negative zone to claim the entire universe as his own. Chaos and destruction reign. Now his sights fall onto Earth itself.
Perfect cover for a bank job.
Dude, yes. Look at these fucking cakes. Dude, She-Hulk is so sexy. Wish I could lick her fucking asshole after she beats the shit out of the fucking aliens. Dude, her ass cheeks are just so fucking nice.
Denied. Oh, my focus bar's not full enough.
So let's see. Let's try Beta Ray. Fuck.
Hammer slash.
So Beta Ray can't fly? Weird. I would have figured he could fly. I really like his special.
A warrior needs sustenance.
Fuck. Ah, shit. Forgot about that, Fuck. Fuck, are you kidding me?
Case closed. Sledgehammer! I'll bring any of these baddies down to earth with my air grapple.
I love the design of She-Hulk.
Hey, come on! There's enough dough to go around for everyone.
Fuck.
Denied.
You can play this online. I don't think it's versus. It's like co-op. Oh, come on. I timed that.
Thunderclap!
I gotta get away from these freaks.
Fuck.
Why are they chasing Beetle? They want the name of his tailor?
The troopers think he's one of them, betraying the hive mind.
Oh no. Beetle's a crook. We have to help him.
Thunderer, swing! A warrior needs sustenance. Stormbreaker spin! A warrior
Pizza.
needs sustenance.
Fuck. Fuck. Wait. So that should have been the block button.
Hammer slash! Thunderburst!
Oh, come on. You can have my share of the loot. No, don't! Please! Life threatens. All will fall for a nihilist.
Fuck.
Never thought I'd miss that sparkling beetle repartee. He's under Annihilus' control. Fate worse than death.
Swing it, big guy.
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
Focus door's not full enough.
Okay, I like how she can, parry. Fuck.
Catch these hands.
Fuck you. Fuck yeah. Damn, dude. Wish there were chicks in real life that were like She-Hulk. Fuck. Just want to massage those thighs.
I gotta change my costume.
Think that is Sentinels. That looks like Taskmaster. Think we'll, yeah, Genosha. That's the Sentinel thing with the X-Men. Okay, let's swap Beta Ray Bill for someone else. How about Wolverine, since we're fighting Sentinels? I think that'd probably make the most amount of sense.
Wolverine! That's what I do, bub.
Hey, they got the guy who does the voice.
Strange activity was detected at the old Sentinel complex. Please, be careful.
Don't worry, Chuck. I got my can openers right here.
We must leave no stone unturned in our search for the missing mutants.
Fucking like She-Hulk.
All must fall to Annihilus. This old bucket of bolts learn new tunes.
Let us drown out his hymns of hatred.
Shit. Shit. Okay, so most characters do like a dodge.
Got Trapper Tin Cans don't like me grabbing him up close. How do you run? Zero fury.
I can sense mutants here. Make sure to check the cells.
Weird, so they're like infected, the thing? Dude, look at her rear end. Damn, dude. I like girls' butts a lot. Especially big, muscular, toned butts. shit. No,
Razor sharp though. Since when do Sentinels have pilots?
A mystery indeed.
Denied. Ground food.
The prisoners are now safe. They've mentioned other mutants being kidnapped by Sentinels to some other location.
These bugs don't have the brains for this type of outfit.
Whatever it is, they'll have to face the wrath of the elements.
25 hit combo string? Neat.
They did a really good job with the combat system in this. I really like how they have either a block or a dodge mechanic.
Oh, my focus bar's not full enough.
Because most beat 'em ups don't, and then you just have to like eat damage whenever the game basically makes you. Fuck. Man, that is super easy to get caught by that attack.
It don't taste
There we go.
bad. It's one of these AIM bucketheads.
Fuck.
X-slash.
Shit. Oh, fuck.
Try harder next time.
Fuck.
Blade barrage.
I like how fast he is. He's definitely better at avoiding certain things compared to like She-Hulk. Fuck. Fuck. Damn. Mm. Eh. Ah, shit.
I rest my case.
I like this game. This is a lot of fun.
Forge has tracked Sentinel flight patterns. They're all over the globe, even going into space. But many of them are heading to the Savage Land.
They're probably gonna have, if they don't have Psylocke in the game already, they'll probably have her. So it's a pretty good roster, though. Like, most of the characters that I care about. Alright, so we beat Genosha. Helicarrier, Jailbreak. So that's gonna be Taskmaster. We're definitely still sticking with She-Hulk. Let's fuck around with Rocket Raccoon, maybe. Yeah,
Rocket, furry and fully armed. Caging the greatest intellect the world has ever seen, Shield shall rue the day. Pim particles, who dare shrink Modok? Nonsense! Unhand me, masters!
Get it, pipsqueak.
MODOK was captured by S.H.I.E.L.D., but AIM is now breaking him out as part of a pact with the invaders.
Even the powers from beyond the stars recognize the size of Modok's intellect.
Yeah, so speaking of size, do you now go by mental organism designed only for carrying?
Oh, damn it. Oh, I did it again. What the fuck? Ah! Dude, that is way too easy. That looked stupid, but it's actually, like, really easy to do. Okay, this looks like a good character for this level. So he does, like, use a gun by default.
Look at all the holes around here. What is this thing made of? I gotta find the next grenade.
There we go, die, bitch. Oh, what the fuck? There you go.
Modoc must have reached the helicarrier's deck by now. We have to catch him before he can join up with the bugs.
You're gonna be seeing stars! Just don't throw.
We gotta swat down these beekeepers.
Shit.
Denied.
No! You fucking bitch. Oh my god.
You're dismissed.
Jeez. The fuck is this shit?
Whoa, I need some juice.
Oh my god.
I guess size does matter.
Case closed. She-Hulk's back. Catch these hands.
Shit. Fuck. Fucking hate bugs.
Ground food. A classic. Ready for some special moves. Denied.
Love how they made her so thick. Fuck. Hit combo string? Neat. Ground
blasting.
Hey, Taskmaster.
My proper size, you masked miscreant.
That's the bug's problem now.
No, I haven't taken my Turk builder, because I'm not retarded.
You shouldn't, Winghead. Beekeepers are bugs, their money's still green.
Ah, down you go.
What's your price, Tasky? Maybe Tony Stark can match it.
I ain't interested in your boss's money, lackey.
Hold on, I gotta find the next grenade.
It's hard seeing the tell for any of his attacks. Shit.
Sledgehammer! Ugh, my focus bar's not full enough. Gotcha.
Fuck, come on. I swear I keep timing it.
Catch these
Right.
hands.
Come on. How is that not a... Here we go. Hell yeah. I love She-Hulk.
Thanks for the workout. Now that the job's done, I can get out of here.
We could use someone like you against the invaders, Masters.
No thanks. You might want to go check on your friends in the Savage Land, though.
We have to warn them. They're next.
Wakanda. Oh, and Savage Land. Savage Land will be fun. We'll play that next time. This is a lot of fun. I highly recommend it, and it's not $1 billion either. I think it's like 35 Canadian right now, which isn't too bad. Let's see, Dodo donated $2. How badly are MAGA Republicans doing? I'll tell you. There's an election in Tennessee right now. District Trump won by 22 points. They are literally pulling out all the stops against him. Afton Ben, she has a shot to win. Okay, I don't know what that means. Only a woman would say this. I hope she changed her mind. I don't know if the GOP is just lying.
Well, I'm currently involved in a transformative justice seminar, and so it's how to imagine a world without police and what that looks like and what community mechanisms look like, how people can not police themselves, but what, for example, if you experience sexual assault, like what is the reconciliation process and what does transformative justice look like? Because as we know, like you can't take those things to court. Like, you know, our legal system is terrible when it comes to retribution. So anyways, all that to say is that like I hope all of you, so one, I'll have a podcast on it, and I highly recommend, like if it's been difficult for all of you to imagine a world without police, please tune in to maybe not this episode but the next.
What? Like, only women. Only women. Rape is bad. Let's get rid of the police. And then they also want to, like, ban guns, and they'll refuse to carry a firearm. Like, gee, funny combination to be against rape, but you also don't want to carry a gun and you want to ban the police. Oh my god. Fucking idiots. Fucktard. Mile-long social media history of attacking the police. Like, this is a white woman. What the fuck?
Maine also has a mile-long social media history of attacking the police.
Like, by the way, this is all insane brain rot that she learned in her fucking... that she learned in fucking college and TikTok.
Here's a post, quote, "Good morning, especially to the 54% of Americans that believe burning down a police station is justified." Those are her words.
Oh my God.
She also asks, "Where's the proposal to dissolve the Nashville police?" and called on Tennessee teachers unions to keep schools closed until a number of demands were met. Oh, so shut the government down locally and keep the kids? Where are you going to put the kids? She included police defunding and a wealth tax. In a 2020 interview,
I asked a chick, why don't you carry a gun if you're so scared living alone? Why are you talking to me like you're my dad, was her response. Yeah, so she's not afraid. She's just saying that for attention.
Bain encouraged other young people to talk to their parents about abolishing the police.
If it's been...
This chick is a dumb bitch.
Crime is, of course, also was a major issue in the presidential election, and I know there are some old posts. You've been asked about those old posts a number of times. My question for you today is whether more money for cops on the streets in the district you hope to represent would help fight crime. Would you like more money for more cops on the streets in your district?
So those past comments were at a time when I was a private citizen, as an activist and organizer, and now as a Tennessee lawmaker, I represent 40,000 individual opinions and political thought.
Right,
and
so what do you think now? Would more money for cops be good or bad?
I think it depends on what the community wants. And so I've worked with communities, at least my constituents, want to ensure that there is investment in their community for community safety, community protection, mental health services. And that's what I'm hearing from at least my constituents.
All right, fair enough. Crime is, of course, also was a major issue in the...
So she's out of her mind, fucking crazy. Yeah. And Democrats wonder why people don't want to vote for them. Fuck tarded, dude. Corn. Corn is good. Corn is corn. All right, well, I'm gonna go to bed. Hope you guys had fun. Should be on tomorrow again at the usual time. And we'll probably play more of that Marvel game. I really like She-Hulk a lot. like how she's green. And I like her big muscles and her butt. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks again, guys. Sweet dreams.